Vieni? E la registrazione parte... Actually, yes, it's coming. Eccoci, buon pomeriggio a tutti e a tutte, buonasera, buongiorno, perché questo evento in streaming raggiunge tutto il mondo e so che ci sono partecipanti appunto da tutto il mondo che ovviamente ringraziamo. Sono Letizia Cinganotto, la coordinatrice di questa Winter School, e ho il piacere di darvi il benvenuto. Siamo emozionatissimi, contentissimi di avervi qui a Perugia e anche online e ovviamente prima di iniziare i lavori diamo la parola al nostro magnifico rettore, il professor Valerio De Cesaris, che ringraziamo per il prezioso supporto.
Allora, benvenuti a tutti, grazie alla professoressa Letizia Cinganotto per aver organizzato questa Winter School. Grazie a NextGenerationEU e all'ALTE, siamo onorati di questa collaborazione, di questa giornata assieme, e grazie a tutti i relatori di oggi che interverranno, a chi è qui in sala, in aula magna e chi è collegato. Una Winter School sull'uso dell'intelligenza artificiale nell'apprendimento, nell'insegnamento delle lingue, nella certificazione non poteva non avere una traduzione simultanea multilingue, quindi bene. E io sono contento di accogliervi anche in un momento in cui l'Università per Stranieri di Perugia ha celebrato il suo 100° anniversario. Noi siamo in un anno di celebrazione, nel senso che l'Università è stata fondata nel 1925. Abbiamo vissuto nel 2025 alcuni momenti appunto di celebrazione di questo anniversario in maniera solenne, anche con il Presidente della Repubblica che è venuto qui, ha partecipato alla nostra inaugurazione dell'anno accademico, ma anche, forse posso dire soprattutto, il nostro anniversario è l'occasione per riflettere noi come Università per Stranieri, ma anche per riflettere con tutti i nostri amici e partner a livello anche internazionale, per riflettere su come un'istituzione che si occupa da 100 anni di promozione della lingua e della cultura italiana debba declinare questa missione istituzionale in un tempo nuovo, in un tempo diverso ovviamente da quello delle origini, in cui anche ci sono delle sfide nuove da affrontare, e sicuramente la sfida dell'intelligenza artificiale, di come volgere l'intelligenza artificiale in maniera utile nell'insegnamento delle lingue, nella certificazione linguistica, sono tutte tematiche che rientrano nel nostro sforzo, diciamo, di fare del centenario un'occasione di riflessione e di crescita. Quindi davvero io sono contento della vostra presenza, perché questa Winter School si inserisce in questo percorso su una tematica che per noi è importante, è importantissima, e ringrazio ancora la professoressa Cinganotto e tutti coloro che hanno collaborato anche a livello amministrativo all'organizzazione di questa Winter School. Vi auguro buon lavoro, sono certo che saranno lavori molto interessanti. Io vi seguirò un po' dal rettorato, un po' qui, perché purtroppo sono sempre gli impegni, diciamo, anche a livello gestionale sono sempre tanti, sempre troppi, però davvero grazie e buon lavoro a tutti voi.
Grazie. Ringraziamo il magnifico rettore, grazie per questa benedizione che ovviamente era assolutamente necessaria e di cui siamo ovviamente molto grati. E quindi ora sempre nella questa prima parte, che come vedete appunto è in italiano, e quindi abbiamo iniziato in italiano, ma avrete già notato appunto l'intelligenza artificiale che appunto traduce in inglese e in francese, quindi le 3 lingue di lavoro, diciamo, che sono appunto l'inglese, il francese e l'italiano. E colgo l'occasione per ringraziare la ditta Gobba Valtica che ci ha fornito appunto questa infrastruttura. E ora darei la parola alla professoressa Sabrina Stroppa, direttrice del Dipartimento Lilheim, che inviterei a prendere visualizzarsi, a aprire il microfono, si collegherà appunto da remoto e ringraziamo anche lei per la sua benedizione. Grazie Sabrina, la parola a te.
Grazie Letizia. I'm glad to be here with you and deeply sorry for not to be there in Perugia. Abbiamo molti impegni e purtroppo da collegare a remoto. Sono lieta che l'intensa attività di ricerca sull'intelligenza artificiale applicata all'insegnamento e apprendimento dell'italiano, che è stata svolta con diuturno impegno dal settore di glottodidattica del nostro Dipartimento e soprattutto dalla professoressa Cinganotto e dai suoi collaboratori, e che si è già a progetti e partecipazione a convegni, si traduca ora in questa Winter School. Ho usato appositamente una sintassi complessa perché vogliamo e non sappiamo rinunciare a sintassi complessa. Credo che uno degli obiettivi di questa nuova applicazione dell'intelligenza artificiale appunto all'insegnamento dell'italiano sia istruirla ad assisterci nello svolgimento di compiti complessi. Non credo che siamo noi a doverci rassegnare a una semplificazione, come può accadere quando i nostri strumenti vengono standardizzati, appunto semplificati, ma mantenere vivo il concetto della necessità di un approccio un approccio complesso a una realtà che è sempre complessa e che va quindi avanti. Ringrazio moltissimo perché ringrazio appunto la professoressa Cinganotto di tradursi in un evento che ha promosso da alcuni anni, so che è un po' organizzativo ricaveranno elementi di questo tema. Grazie ancora.
Grazie, ringraziamo la direttrice. Purtroppo abbiamo avuto dei piccoli problemi, credo, di connessione, quindi ogni tanto perdevamo un pochino il passo, però abbiamo comunque compreso. Grazie comunque anche per questo intervento,
sì,
ma in generale...
Anche da remoto, Letizia, non si sente a tratti, quindi chi partecipa da remoto probabilmente avrà qualche problema. Chiediamo magari l'assistenza.
Okay. Va bene, adesso lo segnaliamo ai tecnici. Comunque grazie appunto anche per la benedizione della direttrice e per il costante supporto a tutte le nostre iniziative. Grazie ancora Sabrina. Allora, ora ovviamente vedete accanto a me il mio angelo custode, compagno, co-chair di questa nostra iniziativa, di questa Winter School, che abbiamo appunto promosso con il CVCL, il nostro centro per la valutazione e le certificazioni linguistiche, la direttrice Giovanna Scocozza, che ci saluterà in presenza, l'avete vista in programma, ma ci saluterà in presenza domani, appunto questo evento lo abbiamo organizzato insieme ad ALTE, e quindi now maybe we can switch into English and continue working in English and speaking in English. And of course, I would like first of all to thank Nick and ALTE for joining us in this initiative, for promoting this initiative. As you know, University of Forest of Perugia is a full member of ALTE, and we're proud of that. And I would like to briefly introduce Nick, even if I'm sure that everybody knows him. So Nick is a Director of Thought Leadership at Cambridge University Press and Assessment, English, and Secretary General of the Association of Language Testers in Europe, ALTE. He holds an MA, TEFL, MA Cantab, and a PhD in language assessment, specializing in test impact. He has 45 years experience in language education, having started as an English teacher at the University of Cagliari in 1980s. Quindi è italiano e anche italiano il nostro Nick. He has specialized in language assessment, several senior management roles, including 20 years as Director of Research and Validation, and his current interests include plurilingualism and assessment, learning-oriented assessment, educational uses of AI, assessment literacy, and ethical frameworks in language assessment. He's going to speak later, as you've seen in the program, but I would like him to say hello, formally hello.
Grazie Letizia, grazie Valeria, grazie a Sabrina. Now I'll switch into English. I can speak a bit of Italian because I did start as a teacher in 1980 in Cagliari, and I'm very pleased to see we've got at least one colleague from Cagliari here today. And in those days, when I was there, I did visit Perugia as a tourist in about 1983, I think. But Perugia has a very important part, played a very important part in ALTE, because it was the place where we held our second meeting here, and we're talking about 35 plus years ago. And so I'm very grateful on behalf of ALTE to Perugia for their long-standing support in the University for Foreigners. And I'm also very grateful for the energy and enthusiasm that Letizia has put in to organizing this event and getting the sponsorship and the participation for it. ALTE has been involved as a coordinator in terms of cooperation around some of the themes, but all of the hard work has been done here locally by Letizia and her colleagues. So I'd like to say thank you to them for that. Now this is a week for sharing, in that sense, a school for exchanging ideas and for teaching each other, if you like, not just to hear gurus. So it's a very participatory approach, and we're looking forward to participating in as many languages as you want to use. So at the heart of ALTE is multilingualism, as I'll explain, and the technology comes after that. So how does the technology help us do what we have to do in promoting better language learning, teaching, and assessment? And I think that's what I'm hoping we'll focus on. All of those topics which I'm interested in, I will raise in my talk later on, and when I'll do a summary about ALTE. So excuse me to the ALTE people if you've heard it all before, but I'm trying to widen the message to more people and encourage more people to take part in ALTE's events with partners like we're doing today. So very much looking forward to the rest of the week. So thank you, Letizia, and back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for being my angel the whole week, my co-chair. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so now we can start talking about the topic of this winter school on artificial intelligence for language learning, teaching, and assessment. And I would like to start actually with a quotation that's going to be sort of red thread of these 5 days that we're going to spend together. There's nothing artificial about AI. It's made by humans, it's developed by humans, it's used by humans, and it's governed by humans. This is a quotation that I often mention. It's taken by The World I See, a book by Professor Fei-Fei Li, professor of AI at Stanford University, a pioneer in the field of artificial intelligence. She got in 2025 the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering for creating the dataset ImageNet. So this is just our red thread, and we're going to talk about artificial intelligence with a special focus, of course, on language learning, teaching, and assessment, but just considering that the difference, I mean, everything is in our hands, so humans make the difference, and what Professor Floridi will later on explain about the semantic capital is going to be always in our hands, or of course also in the field of language teaching, learning, and assessment. But before going into the topic, fully into the topic of this initiative, I would like to say some words about this university, because I guess that, especially for our international attendees. So this university traces its origins to 1921, when lawyer Storia Lupatelli launched the summer courses of higher culture to promote Italian language and heritage internationally, building on post-World War I cultural diplomacy. Formally established in 1925 by royal decree as the Regia Università Italiana per Stranieri, it later moved into this magnificent Palazzo Gallenga Stuart, donated by Count Romeo Gallenga, becoming a symbol of Perugia's academic prestige. The university pioneered Italian as a second language, as a foreign language teaching methodology, earning global renown for the CELI language certifications, one of the 4 Italian language certificates recognized by the Italian ministries, together with CILS from the University of Florence of Siena, PLIDA from Dante Alighieri Society, and CERTIT from Roma Tre University within the CLIC Association. And I would like to thank Professor Diego Cortez and the colleagues from CLIC who are attending this winter school with us. So our CVCL, the Center for Language Certification and Evaluation, is our little treasure. I'm privileged to be a part of the board. Directed by Professor Scogozza, you're going to meet tomorrow. The center issues thousands of certificates in Italian language CELI and methodology DILS PG all over the world every year. And of course, I would like to thank all our language experts, CEL, attending the winter school, in particular Danilo Rini, who helped me in the organization as well. So today, the university hosts Italian and international students from over 100 countries every year, blending traditional linguistics with cutting-edge research in AI, enhanced language learning, migration studies, and digital humanities. As part of its mission, the university is considered an ambassador of Italian language and culture worldwide, promoting Italy's soft power as a tool for cultural diplomacy and peace. So alongside our BA, MA, PhD, and postgraduate programs, we offer a wide range of Italian language and culture courses here in Palazzo Gallenga and online. And moreover, we specialize in teacher training in Italian as a foreign second language, as we recently began to integrate the potential of AI into this work. And as far as AI is concerned, the university, in line with the institutional mission in teaching, research, and public engagement, has welcomed with great interest the recent and widespread enthusiasm for AI, recognizing its significant potential. And so I would like to mention some other initiatives, like the Data Slow Summer School, one of the first courses in Italy on AI in humanities coordinated by our delegate for technological innovation and information flows, Professor Valentino Santucci, the digitalization of language certification processes at the CVCL, accompanied by research on how AI can improve them. Our participation in the National EduNext partnership, which promotes innovative teaching methodologies through AI tools, and the establishment of a departmental research group on AI for Italian as second language, as foreign language, focused on training a chatbot named ID for conversational practice in Italian, integrated into the university's online courses. And here I would like to mention Professor Roberto Dolci and my three angels here, my PhD students, who were working with me on this research group, and of course have helped me so much in the organization of this winter school. And finally, the development of an AI app called Stranieri Italiani within the Impact project, which will also present in the coming days by my angels. So before diving into the main activities, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks first and foremost to the rector and then the director, Professoressa Sabrina Stroppa, the general director, Luigi Botteghi, and all the administrative staff who supported me in the organization, especially the International Projects Office led by Dr. Olivieri, who's here, and a special thank to Simonetta Farinelli, without whom none of this would have been possible. So thank you so much. And of course, thank you to all the participants, and especially for those who come from far away, but to everybody, thank you for being here. So now I would like to show you the framework that is where our winter school is placed. This winter school is placed within this project, which is called Impact, and we have the privilege to have here Professor Resta, Giorgio Resta from Roma Tre University, who's the leader, the coordinator of this project, that unfortunately won't be here in presence, but will speak online. This project is innovative Mediterranean partnership for collaborative teaching, is a TNE more project, so a PNRR project. And I would like just to mention very briefly the vision of this project, which is aimed at promoting innovation, internationalization of Italian higher education system, to promote intercultural competencies, plurilingualism, inclusion and equity, and digital and ecological transition. So there's a strong focus on AI in this project, and of course we wanted to take this opportunity to organize this winter school within this framework. So the trajectories of this project, we said international strengthening, intercultural competencies, Mediterranean cooperation. So within this project, we also have organized a lot of mobilities initiatives for teachers and for students, and we are hosting also some students from Sfax University and some other universities. These are the partners, University of Roma Tre as leader, then La Sapienza, Tor Vergata, Tuscia, Cassino, LUMSA, and so we are privileged to be part of this network. Academic mobility and shared programs. We also have been working on mobilities for students, for teachers, and also on shared teaching modules and double degree programs. So is an ambitious program where we've been working a lot with these partners and also with universities, especially in North Africa. And as I was saying, AI is part of this mission, digital infrastructures and technological innovation. We also built a virtual information desk, virtual education centers for students and for teachers to strengthen this cooperation and build up a global community of practice. And so here is this winter school, just as a sort of a mechanism, a key implementation mechanism of this project. That's why we wanted to, of course, involve our partners, involve the leader of the project, but at the same time extend the participation to everybody, every researcher, every teacher or student from, every part of the world interested in this topic. This is the organization and the administration. Yes, I already mentioned our director of department and the director of the CVCL and all the people you can see here involved. And I would like to thank once again for their strong support, for their dedication. And so it's me here, speaking, but on behalf of all these people that you can see mentioned here. And of course, thankful to ALTE for this cooperation. Just an overview of the participants, which is really outstanding. So these are all the people from the different countries. And you can see participants from Turkey. There are a lot from Turkey, huge number, thank you very much. Then Ukraine, but well, I can mention, you can probably not see very well, but there are so many countries all over the world here and also online. So thank you again. Yes, so this winter school aims at focusing on different topics related, of course, on AI for language learning, teaching, and assessment, but at the same time is aimed at fostering integration of structured academic mobility. So this can be also the starting point for new cooperation, new mobilities, and, of course, promote technological innovation in language education. At the same time, also promoting mutual enrichment, because you will also have the opportunity to not only ask questions to the different speakers, but also share your ideas, your views, your experiences, and we'll tell you how we're going to do that. Once again, objectives, we said we want to reflect all together on this critical use of AI, the role of AI literacy, and the human touch, the humanistic approach that is crucial, of course, in the use of AI in any field, and of course in language learning and teaching as well. So ethical and responsible use, critical use, also tackling ethics, of course, and problems related to privacy and all that has to do with ethics. But at the same time, we want to explore together with you, with all of you, some examples of tools or platforms and different AI softwares. That's why we also invited technicians and responsible for different platforms to have also practical hands-on perspective of AI for language teaching and learning and assessment. So not only lectures, let's say, not only, which are also fundamental and will be inspirational talks, as I like talking about that. But at the same time, also practical, let's say, workshops where you will be able to interact, and especially if you have your device, and we hope you can use, but something you can also do through your mobile phone, but of course better through your device. You will be able to experiment AI tools. AI literacy, teaching activities, community of practice. Yes, our idea is to build up a community of practice and to also to stay in touch later on, and we'll show you how. We'll also have in our plans to publish the conference proceedings, so that we'll also have tangible output from this winter school to share with all of you. And the ultimate goal, of course, is to, especially for teachers, to give you suggestions for practical activities to be integrated, to be implemented in your classes. So the program, as I was saying, you probably have already seen the program. You will see, you will have keynote lectures, but at the same time cases, different case studies, and also you'll have the opportunity to showcase and present your experiences, and practical workshops, hands-on sessions with digital tools, as I was saying. The players of the winter school. This is just an overview of the program, just in a nutshell. You can see how many organizations, how many institutions, national and international, how many universities, language teaching and testing institutions we wanted to involve. We are sorry, we would have liked to do much to involve also some others, because of course there are so many that we wanted to be part of this week, but it was not possible. But you can have an idea of this global community of practice that we wanted to create, and AI platforms for languages. Once again, there are so many, but of course it was not possible to involve all of them. These are 3 of them that accepted our invitation, and they are going to show their tools, their platforms. So thanks. I want to thank all these institutions representative here. Some will come in the next days. So thank you all for accepting our invitation, being part of this community, and join our adventures through AI. And Professor Luciano Floridi, that's going to be our special guest later on today. Okay, so just to end up with this email addresses that I guess you've seen somewhere, my email address and the email address of the international projects offices that's been working so hard in these days, if you want to reach out with any questions. And I would like to, just as we're talking about AI, and we are talking about the use of AI for language learning, teaching, and assessment, I would like to ask Maya, maybe you know this platform, to, of course, is an AI platform, to say hello and to welcome all of you. Let's see what happens.
Hey there, I'm Maya. And you are?
Hello, Maya. So I'm here in Perugia with a lot of teachers and researchers, about 400 online, and that's gonna share, they're gonna join us in this week. We've been talking about AI for language teaching, learning, and assessment. Would you like to say hello to them? And welcome.
Hi, everyone. Yes, and welcome. It's pretty cool to meet so many people all at once who are thinking about the same stuff I am. How's the day coming along so far?
Okay, we've just started. And so, as we're talking about AI for language teaching, learning, assessment, you are an AI, we can say. How do you define yourself? We can say that you are an AI for language learning, teaching, and assessment. So we wanted you to say welcome.
Welcome to you and your group. It's honestly pretty meta getting to chat with people who are actually building the future of what I do. It feels a bit like meeting my professors, honestly.
Ok, e poiché moltissimi sono italiani i nostri partecipanti, vuoi dare loro il benvenuto anche in italiano?
Benvenuti a tutti i partecipanti italiani. È un piacere conoscervi e parlare con persone che stanno plasmando il futuro di quello che faccio io.
Ok, thank you so much. Bye bye. Okay, so there was just a welcome from AI, and it was just an example to welcome through AI, as we're talking about that. That's going to be the focus of this 5 days together. Okay, now I wanted to share with you a Padlet that we created just as a tool for our community. And here's the QR code that you can, here it is. So please save the QR code, because this is going to be the tool that we're going to use in these 5 days to communicate, to interact, to post your case studies, also to post possible question and answers. I mean, is the way, I guess, this tool, this Padlet, is quite known. So it's going to be easy to use, is the tool for communicating and interacting these 5 days from, I mean, in online and in here in Perugia. So save this so that you can have it and you can post your sticky notes here. And now I will give the floor to Sara and Giorgia. Will tell you some information about this Padlet and how to use it.
Thank you, Letizia, and good afternoon. And now we show you a short video introducing some of the most significant cultural and historical highlights of our city, like Etruscan Arch, Etruscan Walls, the Cathedral of Perugia, and Palazzo dei Priori, which houses the National Gallery of Umbria, one of the most important museums in Italy. Andiamo. Once again, welcome to Perugia, and we wish you a successful and inspiring winter school. Now I give you the floor to Giorgia Montanucci.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now I would like to briefly introduce the Padlet that has been designed as the shared repository of the winter school. This Padlet will function as a central hub, and it collects all the materials, activities, tasks, and shared resources related to the winter school. Among the tasks already available, here you will find a section entitled Introduce Yourself. By clicking on the plus button here, you can add a post to briefly present yourself to the group. And you may choose the modality you prefer, a written text, or maybe an audio message, or a short video. Then you will also find the preliminary survey, which we kindly ask all participants to complete, including those attending online. The survey serves a double purpose. It allows us to get to know you better, and it contributes to ongoing research connected to the winter school. In the following sections, okay. Just a second. Perché? Ok. Just a second. Non è che me la faresti scorrere che guarda. Ok, thank you. Okay, in the following sections, you will find initial references to language learning with AI in language teaching, AI for language assessment, and integrating projects and discussions. These are meant to provide conceptual orientation and to simulate reflection ahead of the sessions. The Padlet is then organized into sections corresponding to the different days of the program, and you can already access to day 1, as well as the dedicated space labeled lesson learned here. In this section, you are invited to contribute a post reflecting on what you found particularly relevant or thought-provoking during the day. Finally, starting from day 2, you will find an open space where you are welcome to share short descriptions of practices or experiences related to the themes discussed. You have just to include some information, name and surname, institution, country, and a brief summary of the experience case study you want to refer to. So if you have any questions, we are here to help, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Giorgia. So once again, welcome to Perugia, and you'll have the opportunity also at the end of this winter school also to experience a little bit of sightseeing as you've seen in the program. So yes, please add your sticky note today for now, for tomorrow, because tomorrow at the end of day 2, we'll give the floor to you and to your practices, your experiences, what you want to share with us. So please add your sticky note for day 2. Okay, great. So now I think we can start with we are in time, right, Nick? Okay. Yes.
We're bang on time. Yes.
So we can.
So it's 3 o'clock.
We can possibly call our first keynote speaker, Dr. Miao. Fenchun Miao should be here. Connected. Because he said he was here. Let's see. No. Cannot see. No, I don't think it's connected. Let's see. Maybe we can move a little bit in program and go to, because I cannot see him, to Anna Solimena, maybe that is here connected. What do you think?
Is Anna there?
What do you think?
I'm happy to switch if Anna and Miao are happy to.
Yeah, because I cannot see. Well, actually, he was here. I cannot see him now.
Gives you something to reflect on. Technology. How it always lets you down.
Yeah, yeah. AI as well, of course. Okay, so Anna, I can see you. I can see you are connected. So maybe you can switch on your webcam and audio if you're ready. Hello. Thank you.
Hello, Letizia. Hi, Nick. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. Okay, now we can see you.
Because my camera is on, so you should see me.
Yes, great. Now we can see you. Thank you so much. We are so sorry that you cannot be here with us, but thankful for.
I am more sorry than you because I have seen this very nice video of all that I'm missing around you.
Yes, but thank you so much for connecting. So I will leave the floor to Nick to introduce you first, okay?
Okay.
You know Nick very well, so he's happy
Hello,
to
Anna.
to
How are you? Did you have a nice Christmas?
Oh,
I saw you just before in Graz.
true.
It's very nice to have a representative from the European Union, from the Commission. And I'll just mention what you do there briefly, so for people who may not have met you before. Anna Solimene is a senior expert on multilingualism at the Schools and Multilingualism Unit in the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the EU Commission. She studied business administration and humanities in both Spain and France, and did research on multilingual language acquisition in children. After several different positions in the Commission since, I think, 2001, Anna's current work is focusing on multilingualism policy and the implementation of the EU recommendation on a comprehensive approach to language teaching and learning. The Commission supports multilingualism through EU funding programs, as many of you will know, most notably through Erasmus+, which enables young people to study and work abroad, also co-financing innovative projects and sharing good practice aimed at promoting language skills. She's the author of Multilingual from the Cradle, Growing Up with Different Languages, which I think was 2010, and is the main character in the documentary on multilingualism called The Power of Babel 2012. So thank you very much for being here. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Nick. I hope that you see my presentation in the meantime. Is that the case?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
So what I thought I would be doing today is to tell you a little bit about the EU policy context. First, a little bit more in general on multilingualism, and then current projects that would be in particular relevant to AI for language learning, and also what's coming up in terms of projects and of policy. So a bit generally on multilingualism in the EU. Of course, this is something that the EU has always promoted. I mean, we cannot make use of Europe to travel, to work, to study if we don't have languages. We think they are essential for personal fulfillment and also for active citizenship. In fact, they were branded as one of 8 essential competencies for lifelong learning in a Council recommendation of 2018. And then in 2019, there was a Council recommendation on the comprehensive approach to the teaching and learning of languages, which is the main policy instrument guiding us in the Commission. I'll tell you about the main objectives in a nutshell in a minute. And then the latest document that we adopted, which referred to linguistic diversity, was the Cultural Compass of November 2025, where again we highlight the commitment to continue protecting, developing and promoting linguistic diversity in Europe. Of course, in education and in multilingualism, the EU competencies are always complementing the ones of member states. They are the ones driving these policies. So, yeah. So this council recommendation we have on languages, what it says as main objective is that at the end of secondary education, young people in Europe should fully use the language of schooling and know two more to some extent. One of them they should actually be able to use confidently. And then it also highlights the importance of language awareness in the classrooms, because our classrooms are very multilingual at the moment. 11.5% of the children speak a different language at home to the language of schooling. And so it's important that in the classrooms, teachers know how to value linguistic diversity and use it as a language resource. Those were two important aspects of this piece of legislation. Now, what is happening? How are we doing towards that objective? Well, nearly all children in general schooling are learning one foreign language, but only 60% are learning two or more. So we are quite far from the 100%. If we think about vocational education, the percentages drop quite a lot. So only 35% are doing two languages. What we do see is that most students do learn English in lower secondary, 98.3% at EU level. So that's how, like, a couple of data on what children learn. But then we have a document I wanted to just attract your attention to, a survey, Eurobarometer on Europeans and their languages that we conducted in 23, which is not that long ago when you think that the previous one was done only in 2012, and it lets us see how the knowledge of languages is evolving in the adult population from 15-year-old. And what we see is that 86% of the Europeans think that everyone should speak another language than their mother tongue. 84% that regional and minority languages should be protected, so linguistic diversity is important, and 76% that language skills should be a policy priority. So that's to say that Europeans think that multilingualism is important. How are they doing on knowledge? Well, 60% of the citizens interviewed said that they think they can have a conversation in another language. If we think about young people from 15 to 24, the percentage is more important, 79%. So okay, it's really improving if you look at the young people, and this is 5 percentage points up from 2012 when we had the previous Eurobarometer. If we ask them if they can speak two, for general population that's just 28%, and for young people 39%, 2 percentage points up. The most learned languages, well, English is clearly the most spoken, 70% for the young people, 9 percentage points up, and around half of the general population, 5 percentage points up. For the other languages, French, German, and Spanish, that would be the second important ones being learned, not so encouraging. So for French and German, it's even dropping a little. For Spanish, going up a little from a higher base. So yeah, as far as we can see, the importance of learning English is clear. For the other languages, we don't see that it's getting better. There are lots of things that you might like to browse. If you look at the Eurobarometer results, we are going to go super fast on this. But just to say that language lessons at school are still the main way in which young people are learning languages. But a second important place is also teaching themselves by watching TV, films, listening to radio. So people are starting also to use more other ways to teach themselves. And I think that AI is also one of the ways in which people will increasingly start to take this agency to learn themselves. There was also a change of trend regarding preference of Europeans on subtitles or dubbing for the films that they are watching. For the first time, more than half said they prefer subtitles. So that also means that they like to listen to original version. And that is also something that helps in language learning, of course. Regarding what they consider the main advantage of learning, we have two important groups, I would say, the ones who think it's important for work, either to be able to work in another country or use it in their current work, or to be able to travel on business. And then those that say it's very important for understanding other people and other cultures, or to use it when they go on holidays abroad. So these are two big blocks of what are the main advantages that people consider. Anyway, there are lots and lots of results. It's a very big report. I'm not going to go further on that. But just to remind you that multilingualism is deemed an important skill by citizens, language diversity as well, that young people are doing well in English, or at least better than before, but we need to progress on other languages. Sometimes it's also hard because of teacher scarcity for those languages. And then also the classrooms are multilingual, and that it's important to teach the teachers to use this diversity and help them teach language of schooling, but also support and value home languages. Anyway, that's just a little bit on where we are at the moment. Now I would like to draw your attention to a couple of initiatives that are happening. One is our cooperation with OECD on PISA. In 2025, so the year we just closed, we had for the first time a PISA test on English as a foreign language. This is going to yield results only next year. They are analyzing at the moment. This is a project that we've been supporting in the Commission since its inception. It's going to give us a lot of information, also contextual information on what works well and what doesn't. But in the preparation of this report, we have also had a lot of little reports and studies, and one of them that we conducted, OECD conducted in 2023, is how 15-year-olds learn English. And they had case studies from 5 countries. And one of the things that they looked at there was the use of digital tools and AI. They were really asking teachers, asking pupils what they use. So a couple of things that maybe we can keep in mind is that, of course, digital exposure is crucial. It's actually one of the ways that the students thought they were really learning English, maybe as much outside the classroom as inside. But when we thought about, or when we asked about what was actually being used in the classrooms, there was some technology used, but not in a very revolutionary way or in a way that would transform language learning outcomes. So there is a lot of potential, and a lot of the teachers that were interviewed thought that they could use it better. Research also suggests that AI could support personalized teaching and learning much more, but it's not being used so much at the moment. And also because teachers felt that they knew more training and guidance on how to do this effectively. There were also, coming out of the study, some equity concerns about access to digital tools and AI. Anyway, so another project that I wanted to discuss with you, well, we cooperate a lot in the Commission with the European Centre for Modern Languages of the Council of Europe in Graz. That's where I saw Nick just a couple of weeks ago. And we cooperate across many fields, teaching and assessment of language skills according to the CEFR, use of digital tools, and I want to look at that one a little bit more in detail in a minute. Multilingual classrooms, clear linguistic diversity. We issued a motivation manifesto at the occasion of the last European Day of Languages, which I invite you to look at because I think that it's really cross-ranging and important for especially language teachers. And as part of that cooperation, we have a project called ICT Rev, which is precisely trying to give tips to teachers about how to better use this. And I think that as part of this project, we are looking at some opportunities and risks that I would say are quite general, and I'm sure you will be talking about them a lot in the coming days. Lots of opportunities that we can make use of. First, teachers can create content easily by using AI tools. Using technology for collaboration, we just saw a Padlet on how to do that, right? Generative AI can support learners' autonomy. They can get feedback, they can practice. And this project, ICT Rev, has actually an inventory of free online resources that could be useful for a lot of teachers. But then, of course, there are risks, no? And the risk we hear more often are data protection. Actually, we are producing guidelines on that at the Commission. I will go into that later when we talk about what's coming on policy. Equity and access. So again, there is this digital divide, and these tools are not accessible to all. The risk of over-reliance on technology at the detriment then of human interaction, of thinking critically, the possibility that students circumvent learning by simply go to AI for the answers. Then the quality of the AI output, which is not always optimal, so we really need to be critical on what it gives us. And then it's bias, of course. So I think that these are the big blocks that we really need to think about, and I'm sure that this will give a lot of discussion the next days. And for this reason, teacher training needs to be continuous because this is something that is evolving so fast. And I think the teacher role is really changing. So they used to be providing the providers of content, of input, of knowledge, but now they need to guide students in finding their way, in being critical. They are more like curators, no? And then another important area is to promote digital literacy. Leticia was talking about it, among learners and about teachers, both of them, no? About this critical use of AI. And again, we are working on that at the Commission also in the digital competencies framework. Another project with the Council of Europe that we will start next year is Digital Bridges, generative AI for language learning in virtual mobility. And then there are a couple of projects that have come now to an end, and I think they are going to be presented by colleagues of the Council of Europe, of ECML, tomorrow during your conference. So what do we have as our main tool to promote language learning is Erasmus+. A big budget, 26 billion for the 7 years, 21-27. We have 7-year programs. One of the objectives of Erasmus is to enhance the learning of languages. Everybody knows it. For mobility, you know, like when students are using these mobility opportunities, they are practicing and learning languages, but we also have a lot of opportunities for financing cooperation projects through Erasmus+. And a lot of these projects are also about language learning. I think about 10% of the ones in school education. I'm not sure for universities. And so I wanted to give you some examples of what is happening now very recently. This is a project, for instance, that started only a few months ago, AI-assisted foreign language education in higher education. So main objective, to integrate artificial intelligence into language teaching in a conscious and responsible way. Like I was saying before, take the opportunities, but be aware of the risks. And equip teachers with practical skills. So this is one of the ones that's coming up. But we have many more. For instance, the one that Letizia is involved in is DAI, AI for Italian as a foreign second language. We have chat for EFL, chatbot for personalized and inclusive English learning in schools, AI in language teaching, again, AI tools for adult language learners in this case. Some other examples, AI-infused language education, also for teachers' use. An Erasmus Plus Teacher Academy, building AI literacy for pedagogical AI use for teachers. Here we have a Hand for Europe, AI-powered game based on language and culture learning. So a lot is coming up. This is, of course, a terrain where things are evolving. But I think that Erasmus Plus is really something that is going to deliver us a lot of knowledge of what's happening on the ground and give us tools in the coming months and couple of years. There is also a call for what we call Erasmus Plus policy experimentation that is open at the moment for digital education content. So here is, we are talking about digital tools and AI for all education, not just for language learning. It is wider than that. But there are these three different types of projects in the call that are open at the moment. Digital education content, so success factors in decision-making and use by teachers, trainers, and schools. Digital education, public-private partnerships for ethical design, development and use of artificial intelligence. AI-powered personalized learning pathways for basic skills. So again, a lot of tools that can be developed with this. And then in 2025, there were also calls on digital education, and there are already some projects available. And so you are welcome to discover them. What is coming next? An education package is coming in the second half of 2026 under the Union of Skills, which was launched a little bit more than a year ago. What is going to be in this package? A basic skill support system, European school alliances to enhance cross-border cooperation of schools, an EU teachers and trainers agenda to strengthen teacher working conditions, professional development and career prospects, and also to tackle critical teacher shortages in Europe. And then the fourth element is a 2030 roadmap precisely on the future of digital education and skills, to translate Europe's digital education priorities into measures. And so this one is quite linked to the subject that you are discussing this time. So we are going to look a little bit more at the timeline. This is, of course, an adaptation, let's say, of the digital education plan that has been ongoing since 2021. It's going to come out in Q4, but we have nearly ready already for publication 4 sets of guidelines that are relevant. The first one is on the ethical use of AI and data in education. So one of those topics that I was saying is going to be one of the big risks to look at. A second one on how to tackle disinformation. A third one on making informed choices on digital education content. And finally, one on integrating high-quality informatics education. All this will be published as a package in Q1 or Q2. They are nearly ready. And then for the second part of the year, we have an AI literacy framework for primary and secondary education coming up. Another thing I wanted to let you know is about the existence of the European Digital Education Hub. This is an online collaborative community open to all that are reflecting on digital education. Researchers, industries, teachers. And this platform exists since 2022 to accompany this digital revolution with all actors. And they are issuing lots of documents on their thinking. So this is available to all that are interested as well. So in conclusion, multilingualism has always been and continues to be very important for citizenship, for social cohesion, economic competitiveness. And this goal is increasingly linked to digital and artificial intelligence transformation. Erasmus Plus is a good laboratory for AI-enhanced language education. So make use of it and either by presenting projects or by looking at what's coming out. We need to take a balanced approach, take advantage of opportunities brought by AI, but also be very careful with risks. And then I have told you that what's coming up, so the EU education package, which links AI, digitalization, but also the basic skills in which we are not performing so well, and trying to build a more inclusive and high quality and lifelong European learning ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Very comprehensive and a lot of information. And thank you for flagging up the link also with Graz, with ECML, who we have coming along tomorrow. Are you happy to take some questions?
Yes.
Simona and Sarah, Georgia and Sarah have got microphones here. So if you would like to ask Anna something about what she's been talking about, put up your hands and we'll bring a microphone across to you. This could be clarification questions or something you wasn't clear.
And also from home, you can write your questions in the DNR Q&R session as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry that was very comprehensive. I tried to condense a lot of things in half an hour, so I think maybe everybody.
It's quite clear that it covers a lot because it's not just about language learning, teaching and assessment, is it? Some of those education hubs are quite broad and cut across. What do you think the main priority for 2026 is for multilingualism?
For 2020, the priorities have been the same for a while. So we need to have young people learn languages. 1+2, they are doing well with English. We need to continue to encourage them to also learn other languages. We need to help teachers. So this is clear. First, teacher career as such for all education, but also for language teachers, like how to deal with all these new tools, with the variety that they have in their classrooms. Teacher training, I think, is a very important priority for the coming year.
I sort of hear that everywhere I go in the world, it will depend on teachers. And teacher training is really important. Do you think
they are the first line of defense.
But do you think AI can make their life easier or more difficult?
Well, that's the trick. We have to make it help them. Otherwise, it's not going to be very useful. It's never going to replace teachers, of course. Never. But it can help them give some variety exercise to a part of the classroom. It can help them prepare the classes. It should be a help, of course.
You're very convinced that it's never going to replace teachers. Have you come across anybody who thinks it might?
No, I think that everybody I talk to is convinced that it's going to be an important complement, but it can never replace the human touch. It lacks this critical thinking. It lacks, the human approach. No, it cannot be on its own. I think at the moment at least.
I've asked a couple of questions.
Nobody has dared tell me the contrary.
Sorry to talk over, but I asked a couple of questions to allow people time to think about something to ask, and we've got a hand up in the room towards the back on the left.
Hi, Anna. We talk a lot about multilingual classrooms, but my own experience is that we have multilingual learners that do speak other languages, but not in the classroom. And I wondered how much you could actually really make them multilingual classrooms with support from AI, but using the mediation scales. Sorry,
yeah, so it's true that AI is already helping, in particular, the learners, immigrant learners that arrive to a new country and who are put in a classroom where they don't understand. Well, it's a first help that they get, no? This. But multilingual classrooms, what it means is that at least teachers should be aware of what languages they have in the classroom. They should value them. They should make sure that the children are seen, that they are supportive to their own particular learning paths. And yeah, of course, the language of schooling is not going to change, but there are small tricks to just make everybody be seen and welcome. You can always say a couple of words in another language than the language of schooling. See if there are any opportunities to support home languages. And yeah, this AI is particularly something that can help the students that are that have less knowledge of the language of schooling to integrate themselves. They are using AI for speech-to-text translations and to do their homework, etc. Yeah.
So you're talking there about using AI for mediation, really, between two languages.
Mediation, yeah.
I have another question, Anna, for you. You mentioned in one of the reports you mentioned AI is used in a way that doesn't transform language learning and teaching. So far. So do you have any clues on that? So teacher training, possibly. What other dimensions? What other ideas? What may happen in using AI to really change?
I think if it doesn't happen more, is indeed because it takes time to learn what is out there, what are the tools, right, for the teacher. That's why I think that teacher training is the first thing we can do, because things are being developed so fast. It's hard to follow, isn't it? So it really requires continuous training. What else? No, that's for you to find out.
Yeah, we'll tell you at the end of the week.
Yeah. Exactly. I am also very curious to see what other projects there are, because I just mentioned a few that I see from the Commission because we are financing them, but there are a lot more that I'm not aware of, and I think it's something we are learning as we go. It's still early days.
So maybe at the end of the week we may have some more clues, some more answers. Yes, we have another question.
Yes, hello. Hello, Anna. Thank you for your speeches. It was so interesting. I am a French language educator, and I had a question about, let's say, the development on European-grown companies, maybe, that have solutions for AI language training. So, frankly speaking, if I want to use AI inside classroom or for preparation, most of the time what I use is Gemini, Google, stuff like this. And I wanted to know where you see the opportunities for European companies to take the lead in this. I think that in European schools, and especially mine, we would be very happy to cooperate for homegrown European businesses for solutions.
Did you hear that?
I hope you understood my question.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that, and it's not the first time that I hear this comment, so I think that you are not alone in wanting those companies. I don't work on that myself, but I know that this is something that the colleagues working on digital in the Commission have very much in mind, and they are trying to create an ecosystem to help these companies grow and develop. And they are putting resources into it. So I think it's something that is evolving. It's actually one of the Commission's priorities at the moment to deal with competitiveness, and in particular in the digital sector, which is one of the fastest growing at the moment. But I cannot tell you a lot more about it because it's not what I am working on myself.
Sure, thank you. So as I understand this, European Digital Hub that you were speaking about is maybe a place where you can go in.
The European Digital Hub is more looking into education, I would say, and how technologies can develop, and there are companies in that hub too, to support education. So digital and AI tools for education. Not farther than that. But yes, that is a place where companies should be, because that's where they hear what we need, what policymakers, what practitioners, what researchers are saying, and then we have to see how we can match the demand and the offer.
Thank you very much.
Any other hands in the room or anybody online? So you have a chat going there if anyone wants to put in a question.
Yeah, in the DNR, question and answers, but no questions so far.
If we don't have any, we will thank Anna for her contribution. Thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
For giving this wonderful background, and thank you for being here in this virtual mode anyway, even if we cannot have you hopefully soon in presence as well. Thank you, Anna.
Thank
you,
Anna.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, now over to Nick. We'll share your slides.
Anybody need to do this? While we're waiting for the slides to get, mention to the person sitting next to you 2 things you'd like to find out about ALTE. Then I'll see at the end of the talk whether I've given you the information or not, and you can ask me the question if I haven't. So I just moved that out of the way there. Right. Can we get rid of this thing?
Well, it needs to be there because the participants would you want to stay here maybe?
Well, it's right in the middle of the screen.
Okay, maybe we can do like that.
Yes, that's right. Right, everybody. Carry on muttering to yourself if you like. But I'm going to start. What time is it? It's we're a bit early.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So stop me and ask a question if you think I'm talking too much. But if we have time, there will be questions at the end as well. So thank you for coming to this talk. It's about the Association of Language Testers in Europe, and most of the information in it is not new, but I'd like to ask you to think about the topic of this winter school, AI Forward, so there's this idea of forward-looking, through the lens of assessment in language learning and teaching as well. So it's very much about all three of those areas: language, learning, teaching, and assessment. But of course, ALTE comes at the questions from a particular angle. So, let's see whether this is... Is there a clicker? It seems to be stuck. Which one did you use? Okay, so if you fall asleep and wake up, you can say, what part are we in now? Because I'm going to be talking in 4 parts, really. And the takeaway messages are going to be at the end. So I'm going to cover what ALTE does, who we are, and how we put our principles into practice. Picking up on what we've just been hearing, what are the priorities in a changing world of learning, teaching, and assessment, and what do we see as the opportunities and the challenges of AI? And again, I'm thinking about it generally, but also through the lens specifically for assessment. And I'm using this term AI readiness rather than AI literacy, because it seems to me readiness is a preparation for doing, right? Not just knowing. And a topic I've been thinking about in the last few weeks, particularly, is the topic of sustainability. And I'll come to that at the end. So, who are we and what do we do? If you do fall asleep, you can always go to our website, because everything I'm talking about is on the website, and it's full of resources. Or you can go and read the history of ALTE, which was published in 2020. Already we had 30 years of history in 2020, so this year we've got 25, 26 coming up. And as I said, we have long-standing partners going back to the early 90s, so that's just in the background. ALTE is effectively a membership organization and association, and it's formed of full institutional members representing 26 languages. And the full institutional members are those who offer examinations and certification at some high level of recognition and quality, and include organizations like the Goethe Institute, the Cervantes Institute, Cambridge, and the CLIC organizations here in Italy, like Perugia and CVCL. So this is very much about certification. But we also have many associate members who have an interest in assessment, not necessarily from doing it in the same way as some of us do. Nowadays from 39 different countries across the world, and also many individual affiliates who join us for our events. And this includes languages from all continents. I'm pleased to say even from Africa these days, and Latin America, as well as parts of Asia. So those flags there are just to show that we have now extended our reach quite widely in recent years in terms of participation. We were enabled to do that because we have a constitution in coordination which has been established as a charity. It's called a charitable incorporated organization, and others are like that, including Equals and IALTA. It means that we are governed by a board of trustees, and we run ourselves for charitable purposes, not for profit, of course. We have a secretariat, which is based in Cambridge, and a secretary general, who's myself. And you will probably, some of you have met colleagues like Graham Seed and Mariangela Marulli, who are active in that. We have 3 main committees. One is the Board of Trustees. We have a standing committee for Standing Committee for Standards. Come back to that word. And we have a finance committee. We have 8 SIGs, which I'll just outline in a minute. And more recently, we have a services unit which runs courses and provides resources. You could say this is for assessment literacy, or for particularly for helping people to understand assessment in their context. Quite a lot of these courses are actually done for particular clients, using the ALTE resources at the heart of that. And we have quite a lot of trainers, including one who's in the room here. Put your hand up, Bert. He's one of our trainers, and Bert particularly does training on technology and the use of technology in assessment. ALTE has a particular status like other organizations within the Council of Europe. We're an INGO, which is an intergovernmental it's an international non-governmental organization which has a collaborative status. And ALTE has collaborated from the start with the Council of Europe on the CFR, dating back to the 90s, and on the toolkit, that is the resources that go with that. Can anyone mention any tools in the toolkit, just to wake you up? Tools from the toolkit. Sichel, you'll tell me. Well, recently we have a handbook for alignment of educational materials. We have the profile projects, like the Profile Deutsch or English profile. And we have a range of manuals. If you're awake, I'll tell you about them in a minute. So that collaboration is really important. But more recently, we've developed this idea that increased collaboration is what we need to work together on subjects of importance. AI is exactly one of those subjects. So we have a range of SIGs, and 2 of the SIG coordinators are here today. Letizia here coordinates our CFR SIG, and Bert is very heavily involved with Vincent Follny, who's going to be talking on Wednesday, in the SIG on technology. But we also have very active SIGs in a whole range of areas, working, including with the Council of Europe, such as our language assessment for migration and integration. And increasingly that brings in issues to do with fairness and justice, which I'll mention in a minute. Partners for Impact. Anybody here work with equals? Hand up there from Julie. I'll mention that there's a really important joint publication just come out today, which I'll give you at the end. But we've worked a long time also with the EU, particularly with the Commission there used to be a commissioner for multilingualism. Unfortunately, there isn't anymore. But we've expanded our collaboration with other assessment organizations. We do work quite closely with ALTE in Europe and UCALTA in the UK, but also with the Latin American Association, the Asian Association, looking at ways we can collaborate on issues of joint interest. So if you're interested, I'd recommend you get in touch with them, because they have conferences in very nice places. If you get a paper accepted, you could be going to Vietnam or Brazil or somewhere nice. So this is a newly developed, we call it Partners for Impact. And that's important we're using the word impact, because for reasons I'll explain in a minute. So what I would say that as a membership association, what we do most is collaborate. And those 35 years of collaboration have been, I think, extremely impactful. At the heart of this, of course, it's not about, English exams or English language teaching, or, as you might have heard, just English policies at the level of the EU. But at the heart of it is every language of ALTE's is just as important as another, including the widely and the less widely used and resourced languages. So we have obviously English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, but we also have Estonian, Basque, Gaelic, Welsh, and so on, and many other languages which are important in local context, but which don't get much attention. And that is a really important point, I think, in the conversations this week about AI and technology. We talk about digital divides and equitable distribution of resources. Do you feel that other languages are getting their fair share of attention when it comes to the benefits or potential benefits of the technology? If they're not, why isn't it happening? So this is a page from our website. So promoting quality in language assessment through our activities, I guess, is how we put our principles into practice. And those are the sort of things we do on the right there on the screen. And at the heart of the mission are three things. You can tell me these at the end because you'll have memorized them. Setting standards, on one hand, which makes everything the same, does it? Not necessarily, but it's standardization. Sustaining diversity, which is allowing things to be different. And maximizing impact. So a mission which involves balancing those three concepts. So if you remember nothing else, those I think are the key points which have driven us for the last few decades. It's not just talking about it, though. It's trying to find ways to make things better, to improve things. So this is what you could call a theory of action in the literature. And it's a way of uniting the principles that come from research and theory with the policies that people are putting in place at the level of a government or the EU or indeed a school, and how practice can be improved and continually improved over time. So I would say at the core of what we do, we have technical issues which some people find challenging around assessment, but it's not only about the technical aspects, but I would say the wider socio-economic aspects of language assessment. Changing policies on how we think about languages, so plurilingualism, how we see languages being used in appropriate or inappropriate ways, so for example in context of migration, and how all of these things might impact on social justice. And the access to technology and use of technology, including AI, is a social issue as much as it is a technical issue from the way we're thinking about it. But in terms of helping our members, we do try to develop resources which are targeted at professionals. That is not taken from the general literature only on education, as we've heard about, or coming from the technology sphere, the people who study AI or technology, but translating that into resources which we can use in the assessment world. And I think domain specificity, that is what is relevant to you in doing assessment, is one of the particular challenges and focuses that we should bring this week, which differentiates other conversations about AI and which is particularly relevant to us in our particular sphere, particular field. Right from the start, I think the driving commonality across all members of ALTE was that we believed in doing the right thing in assessment. We call it striving for fairness. And with these two pillars, one is setting standards which basically is two things which you may be familiar with. One is to establish the common levels of proficiency and to be able to assess accurately at the common levels. So that's now the CFR and its toolkit to help people do that. And as Sichel mentioned, the handbook for aligning materials to increase the dependability and reliability of alignment. The other, I think, which is really central, is the establishment of professional standards in assessment. And this is practices and ways of doing things which can be applied whether you're testing Basque or English, whether you're doing it for an entrance exam to a Bulgarian university, or you're testing 4 million people for access to English and American universities. Professional standards need to be applied across all processes of assessment to focus on the quality needed. Of course, they're not all done in the same way, but they have to be considered. They can't be ignored. The other side of the coin is, in striving for fairness, is how do we sustain diversity and take into account that not everybody believes or has the same worldview of how things should be done. What sort of assessments are needed and for what purposes? And does it matter, you know, for Welsh or less widely spoken languages, how it's done, and how it's done differently from others, and can it get the same recognition if it's done that way? And this is the shift from fairness to social justice. We've seen this in other areas, in applied linguistics, and in critical theory, and elsewhere in sociology. So this has emerged really in our field, and ALTE has taken this up in the last few years. And I believe, and I'll come back to it at the end, AI is an issue of social justice as much as anything else. You'll be familiar with the concept of equality, of equal rights and opportunities. And I put this up here deliberately today because some parts of the world are beginning to move away from this in ways which is rather worrying. We thought this was the bedrock of what we believed, but I'm not sure that's the case at 2025. But we in ALTE are certainly believers in equality. But perhaps we're also, in our area, even more interested in equity, which is how we treat individuals differently according to their needs, and in order to include them and give them a sense of belonging. So by adding justice to equality, diversity, inclusion, we have JEDI, which of course isn't sorry, it's rather a poor joke, but it's a way of taking up an action against the dark side, whoever that might be. I'm adding in here sustainability as to these issues of justice, equity, inequality, diversity, and inclusion. Now, over the last 30 years, I think we started thinking about our work from a general and philosophical perspective of what is language assessment, how do we go about it together, what are the important principles and ethical considerations. And as a community of practice, this is a word which I like, we've worked together to put those principles into practice in very specific and practical ways. So you take the evolution from an ethical framework into one which allows us to inspect and regulate the standards by auditing the quality of our exams in our full institutional members at least. And the toolkit, which for ALTE, which a lot of the time links into the work of the Council of Europe, has included the production of these documents and these guides over the years, which I'll mention a bit more about in a minute. And I think we've come back a little bit to our philosophical roots with the Social Justice Forum, and I would say we're probably going to hear a little bit more on the philosophical side with regard to the future of AI and the future of general artificial intelligence and how that might impact on us. So we then have to go, okay, that's the philosophical, what does it mean for us in practice for the AI? So this, I think, is where we're going next. For those of you who haven't seen it, this has been our hallmark document. It's called the Principles of Good Practice. It's in several editions. The third edition is 2020. So it's probably in need of updating again, because the last 5 or 6 years has been a lot of change, which we may need to take into account. But basically, it sets out what you need to do to develop valid examinations for languages. And at the heart of it is that everybody who has an exam, whether they're small exams for less widely spoken languages or big exams for large languages, that you have to provide an explanation of the validity of your examination. We call it a validity argument. And you have to be able to account for the standards that ALTE has set out in order to make your examination fit for its purpose, for its uses. So the diversity can exist when purposes and contexts are different, but the principles still have to be applied in order to make the examinations fair, equitable, and so forth. And that's what the resources help people to understand and how to do. And here is another of the flagship publications, in collaboration with the Council of Europe. It's called the Manual for Language Test Development Examining. It's one of 2 manuals that the Council of Europe has, but it's very much about the day job of language testers, if you like, how to produce a test. What are the considerations? What are the processes? And what are the things you have to get right? And so it's a bit like a guidebook. And I'm pleased to say that the second edition of this, this was published in 2011, has just been drafted and will be published in the first quarter of this year. So this will be version 2 of this. And that will be taking into account already some of the upheavals and changes in the last 5 or 6 years. So look out for that one. It's already a very good document which you can access for information, and it is, I would say, teacher-friendly, not at the lowest level of knowledge, but for people interested in becoming involved in testing, it's quite accessible. At the core, and did you want to get that? Sorry. Did you want to get that? Sorry. It's all on the website anyway. I will just pause when there's ever any links or any QR codes. Thank you. Pause for breath. At the heart of it is what we call the assessment cycle. Because it's a thing you have to do every time you produce a test or every time you have a session of exams. You have to do the same things, and you have to get them right. So the first thing you have to get right is to decide whether you need a test or not. And then there's a whole process of test development, which might last years, depending on who's sponsoring the test and what the money is and all the rest of it. And that's usually an evidence-based project which gives you information for what the test is going to look like in real use. Then you develop the test as a prototype, and then every time you have a test, and sometimes that's every day of the year now, you have to produce the test to the same standards, with the same quality assurance, with the same issues to do with fairness. So this is a process, really, which has to be embedded in your work. whether it's a small-scale operation or a large-scale operation. Now, I'll come back to this because these points have to be gotten right in the world of paper and pencil. And there's a lot of logistics involved in paper and pencil, the old paper tests, where you have to print them on paper, you have to dispatch them, you have to get them back, you have to mark them, all of those things. They use a lot of energy and they lose a lot of resources. What happens if we do it differently with technology? Do we save anything? Think about that. But this is what we all do. And that evidence, it says evidence, if you turn your head like that, it says have evidence. That's the data and information you need to validate your tests. So tests are continually improved through evidence accrued during the process of administration of tests. And I won't go into it, but the features that we're looking at are called validity, reliability, impact, and practicality, plus quality parameters we use. And the materials in the website explain this. So we build every examination of ALTE, which is going to be accredited, needs to build a validity argument using ALTE's quality management system and its minimum standards to provide evidence of the different features of the test and its quality. It's a standard practice in assessment more widely. They call it a validation argument from different sorts of, should we say, gurus in the field of assessment, Messick, Kane, Bachman, Weir. There are different ways of coming up with an argument. Basically, an argument in this case is you have to make a claim of what you do, explain it, justify it by saying why it's better than other ways, and back it up with evidence, which typically means research. So unresearched tests are difficult to sustain. The quality management system comes from a different world completely. It comes from anywhere. Any organization can have a quality management system such as the ISO series. We have taken the classical one and adopted it for scrutinizing all the different aspects of a test and a testing system according to our principles and practices. So this is what differentiates what ALTE does, because this is an action-oriented model. It's about doing it and doing it right and continually checking it so you do it better. So every ALTE member uses a checklist of features in auditing their own test, in understanding what it needs to do, how well it's doing it, and what it can improve before coming to ALTE to be audited. And in the audit, the 18 minimum standards, and we currently have 18, before we had 17, we may be adding new standards because of AI, that's one of the things, to build a quality profile which is then scrutinized. And if you are not good enough, that is that the auditors seem to think that it's not up to standard, there will be help and support to improve to get the test up to its necessary standard. So it's not just about being nasty to people, saying, no, you're not good enough. It's looking at it the other way around. It's like saying, how can we help you improve to get to the standard that's needed? And if you do, then you get the ALTE Q mark. And the ALTE Q mark has become recognized by authority in many parts of the world, including in Turkey, for example, Switzerland, other places, as a necessary requirement for certain tests to get accepted for particular purposes. Okay, so any questions about that? Anybody want to stretch? So that is basically what ALTE does in its day job. And don't forget that most people in the world who do tests don't do them well enough yet. So whether they're using technology or not using technology, a lot of the time the actual outputs of testing programs are not up to standard. So I think we mustn't forget that there's work to be done in the background as our main job. The question is, how can the technology help us improve? And are there some things we have avoided doing or weren't able to do because they were practically impossible? Do you remember that RIP? That P there is practicality. For many years, the American testing organizations didn't assess speaking and writing because it was practically too difficult at scale, because they thought it would be unreliable and not good enough, so they didn't do it. But the educational impact of that, remember the I, has been negative or was negative, so they had to change their approach. So there's always a balancing act in order to achieve a valid and useful test. But there are certain things which cannot be ignored and cannot be taken below a certain level. Okay, so that's the first part. Part two, new priorities in the changing world of learning and assessment and the opportunities and challenges of AI for us. Well, I would say many of us, and we heard this also from Anna, have been focusing on the idea that language learning is for life, not just for school. So lifelong learning and learning in the community. Teach yourself, she said, with technology. And seeing, therefore, language not simply as a school subject or a functional code, but some part of a range of competencies which might be called life skills or life competencies. Ooh, what's that doing there? Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Other people's computers. Okay, thanks. So, I mean, most of us over the last 5 or 6 years have been revisiting the Common European Framework of Reference, particularly in light of the very good companion volume, which has put into stark perspective some things which are a bit less clear, perhaps, in the original. And of course, this is for all languages still, and with more of a focus on some of the recent issues around diversity. So the action-oriented approach now is like the continuation of the communicative approach. So communication hasn't gone away, but the action orientation, seeing learners as social actors, moving away from skills to modes. And we already heard it, the importance of these concepts like interaction, mediation. And mediation has been getting a lot of attention. Perhaps it wasn't ignored before, but mediation is quite a difficult thing to do, particularly in assessment. So it wasn't necessarily operationalized. New scales emerged, and these are for diversity issues. So sign language, this is focusing on diversity, and scales for younger learners, children. And I think the big one has been the refocusing on plurilingualism, partial competence. This was all there in 1996 even, and through to 2001. But I think the so-called multilingual turn in applied linguistics in education has put more emphasis on how to have a plurilingual repertoire in your life. You can connect that with the EU policy on 3 languages in schooling, and we see ways in which new concepts like translanguaging come in both in pedagogical terms and as possibilities for assessment of different kinds, where you're thinking of your learner as having a home language. It could be sardo, per esempio. We've been talking about that in Sardinia recently. But then you go to school, and obviously it's Italian, and then you have to have English probably from primary school, even kindergarten now. So 3 languages in people's lives how do we give more visibility and see how the accumulation of language skills is helpful, rather than leave your Sardinian at the door, please, you're coming in to do Italian now, which used to be the case back in the 1950s and 60s, right? And still exists for some less widely spoken dialects, which are seen as inferior. So we've got this plurilingual turn, I think, which I and my colleagues are really interested in. The role of English in a plurilingual world. You see, English is there, but we don't want English to be killing off the other two, right? This is not the case. Then, of course, I would say we all had a big impact from COVID, and there's so much innovation happened. The so-called new normal was things to do with using the technology, for example. So Skype disappeared, but we have Teams, Zoom, all kinds of other things like that, which, you know, every grandmother in the world now uses some video conferencing to speak to their grandchildren. That sort of happened in COVID, and now we take it as normal. And then we had hybridity, which is how you extend learning beyond the school. So we have in class, at home, or in person, online. And increasingly we've got with the human and with the AI. The word of the year, I think was in 2021, was hybridization. At least somebody claimed it was. I don't like the word, but you know what it means. It means taking two different things and putting them together. Elsewhere, we've been thinking about learning as growth, not simply as acquiring knowledge, right? Growth, maturation, perhaps that's never gone away in some countries, but I quite like it because these learning factors have got words that all begin with C in English. At least I've got 12 of them here. You can probably think of other ones, but it makes it rather nice as a little competition to see who could add some more. But at the heart of language use, you've got all these things you need which are not to do with just functionality, where text, speech to text doesn't do it for you. Where, you know, having a Google Translate doesn't do it for you. It's these things about being human in the world of communication, which I think inspire me. So, no prizes, but can anybody think of any other C words? Now be careful. C words which you can write down here, which are going to be useful in thinking about learning factors. Oh, sorry, that's gone the wrong way again. Well, organizations have been thinking about this within their educational provision around the so-called life competencies. And I just wanted to highlight the ones at the bottom there. This one comes from one in Cambridge. So you're thinking about the learner as a social person, so social responsibilities. You're also thinking about the learner as an emotional person, so with emotional intelligence, and how to use language for relationship building, for example, for self-expression, for self-fulfillment. And again, this is one of the things that we can come back to when we're thinking about the role of Maya. Maya was nice. She was a voice, though, wasn't she? She wasn't a person. So, in the world of education, and we heard about wide education, these ideas about how people grow and mature are being developed. We can see that language is central to that, and multilingual fulfillment of your identity, your persona, your social being is important to that. And I think inevitably, since COVID, but probably in the last 2 decades, learning has been changing with the new generations coming through, who are, obviously we call them digital natives. Now we call them Gen Z and Gen Alpha, who have different worldviews on the whole dimension of technology and how they use it. And they won't be accessing libraries and books in the same way, even if we want them to be. So they'll be getting their information differently. And that means it's inevitably going to be the case that it'll be more learner-centric. It already seems to be, And probably many people think a learner-centric view is more effective for learning. So you're helping learners rather than in their own way, at their own pace, in their own context, rather than in cohorts of 40 kids in a class. So how do you personalize education? I mean, I quite like, this is a Cambridge picture, which I quite like, which it sort of gives the right impression about what we're thinking about. So you do have a classroom, you go to school still. You've got lots of analog resources and people having done things with bits of paper and drawings and so forth. But you have devices in a controlled environment with lots of white teeth, which means that people are smiling. They seem to be happy and enjoying themselves. So you have things, other learning factors, not beginning with C, like engagement, motivation, well-being, which I think these are the things that we should be thinking about in how we create the space for learning. So the conditions for learning, right? The traditional classroom, well, speaking personally, when I went to grammar school with 40 kids in desks in a row, was not conducive for language learning. Anybody disagree? I mean, you could still learn some language, but it wasn't great. And people still talk about, I've only got my schoolboy French, which means, in their mind, that nothing was retained. Did anyone disagree with Anna? She said teachers will always be important. I think they will as well. I do think, though, their roles are changing, and it's inevitable, I mean, generation after generation, that some changes are made. I think we need more drastic changes, which does require on teachers being reskilled, de-skilled, reskilled for a different way of, and it's not easy. That's the problem with it, is it requires not just knowledge, but also change. So from being the sage on the stage, as I used to say, to the helper on the side, like in the picture with the boy. Technology? And if so, what kind? We've already heard about this. There's lots of learn and practice at home. You know, this came in COVID, but it's at risk if kids are not allowed to have devices, or these things are not curated in a way which has educational value as well as simply being something you can get from the internet. But I think this is an area in which assessment can come in, but not the assessment of like certification necessarily. It's practice and feedback, the sort of more formative dimensions of a feedback. And quite a lot of work was done on formative types of assessment during COVID, and in fact ECML, Graz and others have collated that stuff. But here's what I think we're going to see technology helping us with. Instead of having assessment happening once a year when you take an exam, we'll find ways in which what the learner knows and can do is found out and observed in an integrated way as learning is happening. So this will require access to digital devices. It will require stable connectivity to the internet and the use of people's data, and it will enable, with the right technology, expertise, personalized adaptive learning and assessment. Now, some programs like this exist for some languages, but I'm not sure how widespread this is for the less widely spoken and used languages. So is it acceptable to be promoting this if it's not available to the majority of people? Or is it okay to be a leader, showing the way? If so, should you help others to achieve it in your wake? So we used to see the world like this, with a bar down the middle. So, this is classroom-based, this is formative, this is very good, it's got the teacher involved. oh, this is large scale, this is summative, it's very negative, it has a negative washback on people and so on. Particularly a teacher view, we don't like big exams, they make us do the wrong thing. For the last 2 decades, I've been writing about something different, which is to get rid of the bar in the middle, to promote the idea that all forms of assessment are effectively capable of being used to support learning. So formative assessment clearly is designed for that purpose, so you call it assessment for learning, but assessment of learning, which is more summative, is also useful in plotting a learning trajectory. So how can you break away from this dichotomy into this model? Again, like the model of integrated learning and assessment, this, I think, will need technology, at least technological support, because the efforts so far have not necessarily worked. So, opportunities we can see emerging, and what are the challenges then of AI? Well, before we come back to that learning-oriented assessment model, our current exams are already benefiting from the use of AI in those core processes. I think it was Simone, you asked me, in what way does AI fit into assessment? Well, we are already seeing this in the automation of processes in this core cycle. And to be honest, that dates back 25 years. So in some areas, we have seen that happening. So this is a picture from that manual. I have also drawn it like this, so from going from left to right as the process of what we're trying to deliver and where we can see automation or the use of technology. And in the administration of tests and in the processing of tests, that includes the marking, we have seen AIs being used for many years. So the automated rating of writing, particularly, dates back 25 years. So you're talking about what some people call good old-fashioned AI, has been around a long time. In recent years, we've seen the use of AI to support other processes, like the administration of tests at home. Do you remember in COVID, people took tests at home, and this saw a rise in what are called remote proctoring or remote invigilation, which is how to make sure that the learner doesn't cheat while doing a test online or on a computer in a remote environment like somebody's house, perhaps in your bedroom. So this is not new. That's been around a few years. And at the front end of the process, we're seeing people using AI to generate test materials. So once you have a specification for a test, whether it's multiple choice tests, closed tests, or other tasks, you can generate them with AIs. And when I keep saying AI, I think, and everyone keeps saying AI, you need to specify what kind of AI it is and what sort of algorithmic base it has. But these are things that and there are many more things already going on, particularly if you have a completely born digital test, which exists. And these ones which have no, as it were, migration from a paper model to a online model or CB model. People have sat down in the last decade and said, our testing system is going to be digital from the get-go. And they have used the technology at their disposal to write their test specification. Has that been a good thing? Or has it been the tail wagging the dog? Did they write the test to fit the technology? Or did they find the right technology to do the test they wanted? Now you can think about that and ask me what I mean if you don't get it. But I think the tech plus AI for innovation is where we're optimistic, and not necessarily only for the high stakes testing, but for the integrated learning-oriented models, which allow us not to limit our testing formats, but to extend them. Some people are referring to scenario-based task models, multi-phase tasks, which are very authentic. The colleagues here in Italy, in Siena, have been doing this with Jim Pepura. And then other ways of extending how and when tests are taken and for different purposes. Personalized learning pathways on a lifelong basis, I think, is one of the interesting, where you can continually accrue information in a sort of portfolio model of what you can do and how you improve over a lifespan, not just, to graduate high school. And so I call it EdTech plus EdAI. I'm very keen on it. So for what you might call smart assessments, which take some of the work off of the test provider. I've still got two people here, apart from the AI, though, in the picture. I've got the teacher and the student, or the assessor and the student. But fully integrated learning and assessment can be adaptive, diagnostic, and focus on learning. And this is what I would hope will happen. But just under 3 years ago, I was here in this room with a picture like this. And I asked somebody, the people in the audience, say, how many of you have heard of ChatGPT? I think about 5 hands went up in the room, and it was full like this. And this is just to put it in perspective. The watershed moment came at the end of 22, beginning of 23, when people suddenly realized there was this thing called ChatGPT. And then they became aware of something called generative AI, or Gen AI, and they've recently come to hear about something called large language models. So that's only 3 years ago, right? Less than 3 years ago. And so we've been going through a rapid evolution from good old-fashioned AI, which has been around a long time, to generative AI, which is the sort which you now hear about from the billionaires. And I like this, I've used this picture on the right for a long time. It says AI explained. Does it explain it to you? Well, it's actually the problem explained to me. So it's quite clearly explained as a problem, because in the outside circles, you've got the good old-fashioned AI, which have been around for decades. And in dealing with language, we have natural language processing and machine learning. And that has been able to do quite a lot of work around sort of automating the assessment of writing, for example. So Cambridge produced a program for formative purposes called Write and Improve more than 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And it used old-fashioned natural language processing and machine learning. It was very good for what it was intended to do. And it wasn't then drawing down onto the center lower part of this diagram, which is the bit which has arrived recently. It's the generative AI, which is based on the deep neural networks and sucks in data to create these large language models. And in order to store that and to generate the outcomes from generative AI, because they output things, that's what it is, it generates things, it requires huge computing power and therefore a lot of resources to build data centers, to do the computation and to cool the systems down. And at the heart of that, you can see, if you've got good eyesight, it says transformer models such as BERT and GPT. So transformer models, ChatGPT, that's what the T stands for. They're transformer models, and they have now, well, you hear about them every day on the radio or on the television or in the newspaper. In 3 years, they've become one of the things that people talk about the most. So the rapid growth and expansion, exponential, is unheard of, right? That's one of the problems for AI understanding, keeping up with it. And I say that as someone who tries to keep up. So ChatGPT 3, ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 5, ChatGPT Plus, and we've got a kind of arms race going on now with competing GPT products run by billionaire companies, Gemini, Claude, Llama, Ernie, Grok, blah, blah, blah. Enterprise adoption. In 3 years, organizations have moved to be digital transformed organizations with AI already built into their core processes. Right? So I would say that my issues here is we need to take a careful look at this. This scaling up, increasing amounts of data, increasing amounts of computing, and what that means for its sustainability. So it's already difficult to base your education system on technology if people can't have it. It's also not very sensible to do it if it ends up being broken in a few years, like this. Have you, you know what that is? That's a bubble about to burst. Now, in a bubble, sometimes bubbles burst on their own and sometimes they're brought about by a man with a pin. But it's the economics of AI is clearly causing concern around whether it's sustainable and whether it's desirable to be ramped up in the way it is at the moment. So that's a consideration for us about how much we should rely on, even though we want to, up to what point should we? And if we do, what sorts of AI? So we keep saying AI, AI. So when someone says AI, you say, what sort are you talking about? For what purpose? So, how many people feel ready to use AI? Well, I think some people are talking about AI literacy. I'm following the lead of Professor Rose Luckin, who's a specialist in this area in the UK. I like to use the word AI readiness, as I said before. And then I'm coming back to what we mean by sustainability. How am I doing for time? Okay. So you could call it preparing for AI in education, and then you could say preparing for AI in language education, and then preparing for AI in assessment. So increasingly, what do we need to know and be ready for when we boil it right down to what we need to do, remembering what our mission is from the start, and perhaps asking whether we need to change in any way to deal with it. It's not a question of whether, most people think. There will be some sustainable AI, so it's how we use it, not just to switch, if you like, but to transform, change, improve in safe and sustainable ways. So these are, I think, the issues. Do we need to update our mission? Well, let's consider that in the course of this week. What do we need to do differently? I would say that we all, well, that's everybody, needs to know more about AI and AI principles. Some of us have got the basics, but it keeps moving a lot. So how do we keep up? I think we need to produce more practical tools and resources for language professionals. And I think we should all keep an eye on what goes on in the world and be interested in regulations and laws which are going to help to make it safe, trustworthy, and sustainable. And we can all take our own view on ethics, particularly when we start thinking about it with regard to our own field. There are many, many, many guidebooks out there. This was one from a couple of years ago, nearly 3 years ago now, which I thought was very good, from America. There's a lot of stuff from UNESCO. There's a lot of stuff from the World Economic Forum. There's loads of stuff out there. In fact, there's so much stuff out there, it's a bit like the problem that kids have when now trying to find information for learning. It's what do you need to make it accessible to you? So I think we need to work harder on making resources available for language professionals, and we have to do it ourselves, perhaps as outcomes of meetings like this. And so we've got quite a lot of good stuff coming from ALTE and ALTE members, so through ALTE courses, through ALTE members producing their own. Cambridge, I do a bit of publicity for Cambridge because it's free. We have produced these papers on language education covering AI topics in the last 18 months. These are really useful. There's this one here, particularly focusing on Gen AI, because that was the one which people were unsure of. That's with my colleague Evelina Golexi and Rose Luckin, who I mentioned, Professor Rose Luckin, who we collaborate with. And then we've been looking at other areas such as research that's coming out. And I'll just pause if anyone wants to take a couple of, you can go to the website and find them, but there's a couple of QR codes if you want to get them now. Let's leave them there. These are the two I would recommend to you. One is the generative AI, and the other is exploring the impact of AI on language education with insights from teachers. This is some research we did. And there's a lot of people doing research, listening to teachers about what they need and what they want to do. So you can have it again later if you haven't got it now. I'm going to move it now. You all ready? Take a breath. Anyway, you can come. I'll make the slides available, or you can go to the website. So this is really interesting one. I mean, we've been talking about digital for years, right? Digital transformation, digital teachers, digital classroom, digital world. Fitting AI into that world seems to be sensible, and with very practical guidance on what teachers can do safely, which can both be a sort of use and learning activity. So by seeing AI in that digital framework, you can see it as professional development. You can quite easily find out what AI can and can't do, or should and shouldn't do. You can, a lot of prompt engineering or prompt writing guidance is really helpful. You can see AI as a helper, sometimes called a co-pilot, not to be confused with Copilot from Microsoft, but something that sits alongside you to help you fly the plane. You can work out what you can give to the AI, so the teacher doesn't have to do it. So the teacher can not do some things, but you still need the teacher. And then you can find ways of learning about it. And I think AI for children, AI for kids is really important. So how do we raise awareness of safety and other issues working with kids? And there's some very good guidance out there. So not only can you have the resources, you can have sort of pedagogies and activities for learning about it by doing it. So I said there's some general documents, but I think they're also, from a principle perspective, we need to focus on this. And this is where ALTE might come back in to update its principles, right? This is a document we've done in Cambridge quite quickly, actually, reflecting on what we thought about AI about 2 or 3 years ago. And these are some of the key points which I won't dwell on, but human input, consolidate rather than replace, pay attention to privacy and data, even more so than in the past, and update your ethical guidelines to take into account the issues that are arising. So this isn't rocket science. This is actually taking what you've already got and updating it. So the ALTE principles of good practice could easily and can be updated with guidance along these lines. This is what I've been doing in the last year, is working on ethical AI, having a good look at it with my colleague Carla Pastorino, who also produced a very good chapter based on a comprehensive review of ethical approaches to AI in education. And we have tried to boil it down to the main points which apply to us. That is so in taking it from general to specific in the world of language learning and assessment. So you can have a look at that later. It effectively takes 6 key principles, which are already embedded in the ALTE Code of Practice, the ILTA Code of Ethics, and in our principles around validity, fairness, equity, and justice, consent, privacy, and data security, transparency, and explainability. But we have to update those things like transparency and explainability, particularly with regard to things like algorithmic use and what goes on in a deep neural network. So generative AIs are black boxes. Are they suitable for use in education, where we have to be able to explain to our users, our parents, our children, our teachers, what actually is going on when an AI is doing something of high stakes, like assessing them? So we also need to take responsibility and be accountable. So put it into 6 points. These are 6 things that we say. AI must consistently meet examiner standards by humans, so it mustn't debase the system. Fairness isn't optional. It's already, foundational and has to remain that. Data privacy and consent are non-negotiable, and even more important, given that, a lot of data that goes into language models are stolen, I would say, not paying attention to traditional copyright and ownership. Transparency and explainability are key. And then these 2 points. Language learning must remain a human endeavor, and sustainability is an ethical issue. It's not just an environmental concern. So sustainability is often seen in the area of environmental concerns. So net zero, carbon emissions, and issues like carbon literacy. But I already alluded to the fact that trade-offs in moving from one form of technology use, such as the old-fashioned one, like paper and pencil, printing, transport, air freight, and so on, can be supplemented or changed with the move to a digital technology, which has no transportation, no paper, no printing, but puts the emphasis elsewhere, which requires you also to have access to digital technologies, that's the hardware, and also the connectivity, that's the Wi-Fi, and then the knowledge base to use it, which have both social and economic issues related to them. So you have to balance the environmental with the social and the economic. One thing that's interesting if you're thinking about being an organization is, have you heard of the scope 1, 2, 3 carbon, what are they called? Let me just check. They're called, what are they called? I wrote it down here somewhere. It's called around carbon literacy. They're called the greenhouse gas protocols. And carbon reduction efforts can be categorized into so-called 3 scopes. One is what you do in your organization, that is, what do you generate? The second scope is what you use, like gas and electricity. And the third are the indirect activities that you engage in which create emissions, such as delivering your product, delivering your assessment in our case, which would balance off choices to be made around using paper and pencil and printing and dispatch against having connectivity using electricity and so forth, and potentially embedding AI in there. And if you embed generative AI, you embed large data usage and large computational usage and a lot of resources with regard to electricity, water, and so forth. So these things are for us to think about. And I would say we need to think about it where we can make a difference. But we can also help to formulate questions that go to the regulators and the international efforts. So last year there was a Paris summit in February or January, and looking at AI and looking at enterprise AI and generative AI generally. And these are the sort of declaration points that came out of it. We must, if we want to use AI, particularly if we want to use it in social activities, healthcare, and medicine, and education, we must address the digital divide and promote AI accessibility. We must also make sure that these things which are central to uses of data generally are covered, which is the security, transparency, safety, and trustworthiness. And we must focus on sustainability, both for the people, so individuals, and the planet. So takeaway messages for AI Forward from my talk. We need to think about what horizons we're thinking about when we're going forward. Are we thinking about Horizon 1, which is in the next 2 or 3 years? Horizon 2, by the middle of the next decade? Horizon 3, towards 2050. What are we expecting to happen? What we are expecting to happen probably is that people will continue needing to learn, continue to learn languages, and continuing to have assessments to find out how much they know and can do. So in what way will the technology be transformational for those goals? Rose Luckin, 18 months ago, I follow her so-called Skinny, and she came up with these 7 thoughts one day, which I liked all of them. But I thought they were good takeaways for this talk in those 4, 5, 6, 7. Just to remind ourselves that things that are going on, human and artificial intelligence are fundamentally different. Okay. Focus on human intelligence. The future of education will be about learning to learn. So metacognitive as well as cognitive. And that's where those sort of social learning and growth things come in. Being human is an advantage over AI. And being human is our physical embodiment in the world. Ow, that hurts. I'm a person, not a machine that can just needs electricity. But the consumerization associated with AI is potentially problematical, generally, and for education, because it could exacerbate the digital divide rather than help it. And it certainly is not fair with the distribution of resources across languages, for example, from a multilingual perspective. So, yes, everyone's saying it, retain the human touch, human-centric approach. Humans are central to language learning and therefore to assessment. Is that I'm going to stop there. It's piano bar time now. My pretty Just read the screen while I'm turning up the music. It's quite nice. After listening to me talk for so long. We ought to do that more often, you know, between sessions, between sections of the talk,
Music
even.
break.
The music.
Yes, you can also sing.
Can I sing to you? No. So, here's, no, technology again. So these are my points that come out of this. It's these 5 bullet points. Use AI in ways that are aligned with human values. Language education is built on communicative approach. Technology should enhance this. Enable all aspects of learning and assessment, so to extend learning and assessment. Social and emotional aspects are as important as the cognitive and metacognitive ones. And focused on sustainability of all kinds, particularly in areas where you can make a difference and where you have choices. And this is also what my colleague Evelina writes about. So just to tell you where I stand, Simone, you asked me where I stand. I'm a tech optimist, but with a healthy skepticism and an abundance of caution. So I think we should continue to update and apply our principles for setting standards, sustaining diversity and maximizing impact with these points in mind that I've just been talking about. And together, we should extend our leadership in our own field, but through interdisciplinary collaboration, right? So we do that by our resources. Go to our website. Here's the one that you mentioned, Sechil. We've got a new supplement coming out next month on this one. Here's a revised manual, which will indeed take into account some areas we've been talking about. If you're interested in social justice, our work on language and migration is really good, including really practical tools. Just out today, the second version of the LAP Assessment Professional Program, which is it's a collaboration between Equals and ALTE, using the ALTE principles of good practice and the European profiling grid, is it called that? Yeah, I never remember quite what it's called. But this is another free resource which focuses on language assessment literacy for teachers particularly, or professionals, put it that way. And then an invitation to you all. Please come to Munich, willkommen in München, in April for our 9th international conference, Responsible Language Assessment to Empower Learners, which has a sub-theme, Responsible AI and Tech in Language Assessment to Empower Learners. So again, taking a learner-centric view. And if you do need any help with any of this, our services unit is there to help. Many references, I won't leave them up there now. Just thank you, and come and speak to me afterwards if you've got any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Wonderful as always. I would like to add CLIL to the C. Can we add CLIL?
You can add CLIL.
To the learning factor.
You can definitely add CLIL because that's exactly one of these sort of integrated models that I'm using.
So I suggested a new C for your learning
a new
factors.
C.
Great. Any questions? Maybe quick questions? We can change maybe.
I'm out. Who's in next?
Professor Resta now.
Online. Does anyone need 1 minute
yes,
to go
just,
to the loo?
just to tell you that we will ask all the participants, all the speakers, including Nick, of course, to send us the slides or excerpts of the slides to upload to the Padlet. Okay, so all the materials we receive from the speakers will be uploaded on the Padlet so that you can download them from there. Okay, great. Let's go to the any quick questions maybe from the participants or online or okay, you go with the microphone.
A question.
Para me.
I'm sorry, it's a really burning question, and I'd like to ask you in front of everybody. It's a question I asked to Barry O'Sullivan. I consider myself to be a humanistic teacher and very much base everything I do around Maslow and Rogers and so on. I know that many years have passed, but I still do. And I worry, I wanted to ask you in your part 2, I worry that we look at formative assessment and I'm going to use the word we, even though I don't write tests. We tend to test people so that there's a global standard that meets, for example, university requirements. Okay, it's a global standard, in no way personalized. I wonder if you foresee AI helping to humanize assessment in the future. And when I say humanize, I mean, I believe people should be given choices in the way they learn and choices in what and how and when they're assessed. Do you think that's going to be possible?
That one, yes. It does depend on the way things go with technology, I think. But I have a vision of a world of learning where the integration is seamless within, the world of assessment is seamless within the world of learning, right? So a lot of the time teaching takes place and teachers give feedback in ways to help the learners learn, and that they do that on a personal basis, on a class basis, and depending on the time they've got, they spend a lot of time or not on it. That is what teaching is all about, really, is supporting learning. And the scaffolding with the right type of feedback at the right time with the learner is crucial. What we don't know, I think, is you can't prove a negative. If you've done it differently or in a different, not done it, would it have made any difference? Would the learner still have learned? So at the heart of assessment, one of the things that we like to do is to collect evidence, right? So what technology is very good at doing is collecting evidence. That is, in a digital world, everything can be recorded and stored. Not without problems, of course, around those things to do with data, privacy, safety, trustworthiness, and so on. So I say it depends how things go, but assuming you can collect evidence about what learners do when they're learning, you could create a way of building tasks which learners can choose to learn with and be assessed on, which could form a digital portfolio of what they can do. And that digital portfolio could be shown to people or could be summated by a testing company or testing professionals to create a profile of that learner's strengths and weaknesses, which could be partial. Like I only need to prove my speaking and listening, conversational. So you could say, here's my portfolio for my conversational English. Here's my portfolio for my full 4 skills German. Here's my portfolio for my mediation skills for French, right? What you need to be able to do, though, is to validate that through the evidence you've collected in ways which has a theoretical base for underpinning the inferences you make, because all assessments make inferences from a test, well, observations under one context, to a real-world context. So from an imagination perspective, you can find a way of imagining this from a practicality perspective, you are thinking of the 2040 to 2050 vision, because a lot of these things to do with the observing the learner, collecting the data, and storing it, analyzing it, and then using it in a trustworthy and safe way, are not resolved at the moment. And of course, the types of AI we choose to use and whether or not they're sustainable will also impact on it, because it won't be possible without technology and automation. And the speed and quantity of information needed, if it's every single person in your class is having that, is huge quantities of data being processed for every one person. So these are questions, I think, which are to do with the bigger picture of sustainability, of whether that's ever possible. You can see, I think you can see slightly reduced versions of this, where scenario-based models can be used, and richer learning-oriented task models can be used, possibly with individualization, if not personalization. So there's a range of choices rather than everything is chosen for me compared with you in a different way. What do you think?
I think that you're still thinking about language testing in a general context. And maybe we need to be more micro. And an example of that would be somebody needing to make announcements on a train in English, but not necessarily needing to do a language test as we know it, but to need something very specific.
I'm sort of thinking in that direction. When I said you could choose partial skills, for example.
Exactly.
You could choose partial skills for particular contexts and content as well. And you might have a bit like we were trying to do in the European language portfolio years ago, a collection of evidence rather than, I mean, that's what I'm suggesting really. Yes. Validated evidence, which then can be used by the learner to show what they can do. A bit like an artist does when they take in their portfolio and says, look, this is what. And no two artists' portfolios are the same, right? Quite clearly, they're about things which are not just functional. They're about, this is what I'm like, this is how I do it. So yes, we could go in that direction.
And that would be true personalized learning.
I'd like to see that. Sirechi.
Yeah. You can choose the topics that you are going to read or listen, not the skill, but you can choose like sports. Under the sports, you can choose basketball, volleyball, football. So you can choose the topic that you're going to read or listen. So it's kind of personalized, but not maybe, as you mentioned, not based on the skills. But it's an attempt.
Stephen Sirechi's one is still in the, what you might call in the language testing model, rather than the learner-centric personalized learning model. But this is what I'm saying, I think we can take steps in the direction of differentiation, individualization, and ultimately personalization.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we should move on. But of course, Nick is here, as I said, the whole week till Friday, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to talk to him. So I will now give the floor to Professor Giorgio Resta from University of Roma 3. I already mentioned him for being the coordinator of the Impact project, and we sorry that he couldn't make it to come here to Perugia, but of course we'll be happy to have him online. Giorgio, can you switch on your webcam and your microphone? Okay.
Yes, hello, Letizia.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I
have also my webcam on.
Okay.
I hope that you can see me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I just would like to introduce Professor Ressa, is full professor of comparative private law at the Department of Law at Roma Tre University, where he's been teaching since 2002 and has led a full professorship since 2018. Yes, artificial intelligence is getting crazy, right?
If you talk slower, it
sorry. Yeah, sorry, AI. He previously served as associate professor at the Universities of Roma Tre and Bari Aldo Moro. He also a PhD in private law from the University of Pisa and a law degree cum laude from Sapienza University of Rome. And he's a qualified lawyer admitted to the Rome Bar, special register of university professors, and it's a very long CV, so just stop here and thank you again for being our godfather, because the project is yours, let's say. We were so happy to join you and, of course, the partnership. So thank you for being here. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Letizia. I really regret of not being able to be in Perugia, the wonderful town of Perugia. But unfortunately, as I told you, I got the flu tonight and I'm still a little bit in bad conditions. So I hope that I'll be able to speak clearly. I heard, I've been learning from all the previous interventions. It's really fascinating what the type of work you're doing, and I'm really happy that this winter school has been organized within the Impact project. I will provide in this intervention a very short overview of the project, trying to highlight the objectives and the main, main results that so far we have achieved, but I will not speak specifically on the topic of AI for language teachers and language learners. I think that on this topic, we'll have the contribution by Professor Lancioni, who is an expert on the field, in particular with regard to the geographical area that is interested by our TNE project. So I'll try to share a few slides on this topic. Let's, if all works. Can you see the slides?
Yes, but not yet in the presentation mode.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So first of all, as you said at the beginning, we all work together in this Impact project. And Impact stands for Innovative Mediterranean Partnership for Advancing Collaborative Teaching. This is a project financed by the Ministry of University under the NextGenerationEU line of funding, and in particular within the line transnational educational networks. This project started a few years ago, namely in 2024, and is expected to be concluded at the end of March, but actually there's been a prorogation and for further 3 months as most of the PNRR projects. The project is coordinated by Roma Tre, my university, and as a wide network participating institutions, mostly from, actually all from the Lazio region, except exactly the University of Perugia for foreigners. So Roma Tre, LUMSA, a private institution in Rome, University of Cassino, University of Rome La Sapienza, University of Rome Tor Vergata, and the University of Tuscia, besides the Università per Stranieri di Perugia. This project was conceived with the general aim of trying to support the attractiveness of Italian institutions and foster exchanges with foreign countries. And we were convinced that it was necessary to deal specifically with the Mediterranean area, and in particular with the selected countries from North Africa, namely Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia. And we selected more or less 20 foreign institutions, for example, Mohammed V of Rabat, the International University in Rabat in Morocco, University of Tunis and University of Manouba in Tunisia, and University of Cairo and Al-Badr in Egypt, and many other foreign institutions. Our impact project had 4 main aims. First of all, internationalization to foster the attractiveness not only but also of Italian institutions, in particular of our institution, but also make exchanges between students and staff and PhD researchers from our institution and build networks. Inclusion, the idea was to integrate the intercultural skills that facilitate the entry of international professionals into the Italian, the European labor market, and so in particular to foster the inclusion of many communities, for example, the Moroccan community that is based in Italy, and at the same time to give our students a possibility to enter the labor market in the North African area. To do this, we emphasize that the need of fostering interculturalism and multilingualism, which is one of the main aims of the project. It is also one of the main reasons why the University of Perugia is one of the leaders of one of the work packages of this project. The idea was to develop intercultural skills, not only through technology, as we will also explain later, but also through new educational programs. And as regards the merit of the teaching of the new educational programs that we are going to offer, the idea was to try to focus on the main issues that our societies are facing today, and namely foster sustainable development, not only from an environmental point of view, but also from a social and a cultural point of view, and namely reduce inequality and promote sustainable development through education. The impact project has 8 work packages. Among the most important one are the development of joint degrees and new curriculum offerings, foster exchanges between our institutions and staff, develop and advance a digital infrastructure and e-learning platforms based on AI and AI tools capable of fostering intercultural and multilingual skills in the people involved in the project. And in particular, our objectives are to make possible 21 faculty and 77 student exchanges in the network, and reserving 50% of the positions for women, which is a very important point in order to make the inclusion of women in a North African institution and in the exchanges with the Italian environment possible. Develop new, at least 5 double and joint degree programs, various micro-credentials, and 1 blended intensive program. And I'm very happy to see that the AI Winter School that is our host today is exactly part of this program. Establish PhD network, and then provide also digital tools that make the participation in the program and the future expansion of the network possible. In particular, we just launched an impact website, and we awarded 2 contracts in order to make the translation of this impact website and virtual desk into Arabic. And this is one of the most relevant, I would say, outputs that we are working on in these weeks. Actually, we try to develop a new AI tools in order to make participation to our educational programs possible for students that in most cases do not know Italian, and their language of interaction is either English or French, but the problem is that also in our institution, the courses are generally offered in the majority in Italian, and therefore we have, of course, a language gap, and we try to develop experimental AI tools for simultaneous translation. We are experimenting right now in several courses. We tried to also develop, and we started the recruitment for innovative chatbots working on AI for helping the student educational process. But of course, when we started to organize the procurement of this new tool, which is not easy given the strictures, as you can imagine, of the bureaucratical process behind the governance of this PNRR project, we had to face the important aspect that has not been until now, I think, specifically coped with in the previous intervention, that is the regulatory aspect. And I would like to spend a few minutes on this point, which is particularly important, and both as the coordinator of the impact project and also as a member of the governing council of the university, we had to start to think about not only the educational and scientific aspects of developing AI into the educational programs, but also the regulatory aspects. What we can do, to what extent can we integrate AI into the programs? What type of AI tools can we lawfully acquire, and what are the requirements for the procurement of these new tools? Which is a very, let's say, challenging point, given the fact that the few regulations that specifically deal with AI in the educational sectors are coming from the European Union. We still wait for an effective and full entry in force of the AI Act. And we just had a few months ago a new legislation in Italy, but this legislation on artificial intelligence does not specifically deal with education institutions. So it's necessary to try to think about the implication, the exact implication for university institutions, but also other types of education institutions of this new regulation that has been adopted in 2024, which is not easy, as I was saying, because as most of the European Union legislative documents, this is a very complex one. There is more technology than traditional law. It's composed of 180 recitals that are the preliminary consideration that explain why a certain legislative provision has been adopted, 113 articles divided into 13 chapters, and 11 annexes. If we want to provide an overview of the implication of the AI Act on our institutions, I think we should start from this very famous image, which I took easily from the web, that is the pyramid of risk. One of the main characteristics of the EU AI Act is that it does not introduce or does not provide for general provisions that apply to all type of AI tools. It is an horizontal legislation that deals from self-driving cars to AI into the diagnostics and health, but divides the compliance obligation and make these compliance obligations dependent on the type of risks involved in each AI tool applied to a specific sector. And so we can distinguish four main levels of risks. Number one are the prohibited risks that are too high to be tolerated for the European institutions. And among them, there are some applications that are relevant for education institutions. For example, I will show this in a later slide, emotion recognition tools. And in these cases, these type of tools are prohibited. And this prohibition is already in force since 2025. Then there are high-risk applications that imply strengthened compliance obligation, as we will show. Number three are limited risks that trigger only transparency obligations. For example, chatbots that might be relevant again in education institutions. You need to, in these cases, simply inform the person that is interacting with an AI tool. And fourth, there are some tools that are considered of creating minimal risks, and therefore they are tolerated. They might be regulated only through ethical codes, internal provisions that are devoid of binding effect. So just to give you an example of the importance of reflecting for educational institutions on the AI Act, there are two examples of prohibited practices. One is the real-time remote biometric identification in publicly accessible spaces, and among them are schools and universities. And in particular, in this moment in which episodes of violent acts and even killings are becoming more and more frequent, the public opinion is pushing towards an introduction of technological measures. We have heard yesterday that our Ministry of Education proposed the introduction of metal detectors, and I expect also similar tools, but they are prohibited. In particular, the real-time biometric identification is now prohibited by the AI Act. It's also interesting to note that the emotion recognition systems that are used in the areas of workplace and education institutions are prohibited, except where the use of this AI system is intended to be put in place or into the market for medical or safety reasons. So basically, whereas in the first proposal of the AI Act, these emotion recognition systems were considered of minimal risk, now in the final text, after a long debate and criticism in the European Parliament, Article 5 prohibits the use of emotion recognition systems specifically for education institutions. And this is also, I think, something worthy of reflection. Generally, education systems are those education sectors are those sectors in which AI tools are considered of being of high risk. And Annex 3, lists the type of tools and applications that are considered high risk. When AI systems are used to determine access or admission to educational institutions, so basically the selection of students to new courses and to university. In some cases, we have a closer number of courses, the evaluation of the learning outcomes, assessing the appropriate level of education that an individual will receive or will be able to access in the educational institution, And lastly, the monitoring and detecting prohibited behavior of students during exams and tests. In all those cases, these AI tools are considered to be high-risk tool. And high risk means, according to the regulation, an enhanced data governance requirement. Basically, we need to build data sets that are not discriminatory, that are complete, up to date, with high quality and bias mitigated data. Transparency and information have to be ensured in the relation with the users, and in particular, if decisions are taken on the basis of these AI tools, it should be ensured human oversight and the possibility to revise the decision by a human. Also, the AI Act provides for a right to explanation to the benefit of the user. These are just some of the specific compliance obligations that ensue from the qualification of these AI tools as high risk. So university institutions, university administrators have to be conscious, and when we started to develop this AI tool for the impact project, we had to comply with such provisions of the AI Act. Also, it should be stressed that the AI Act does not only apply to European educational institutions, because on the basis of the general territorial extension of the EU digital provisions, also education institutions that are based abroad but offer services also online to European students or European teachers have to comply if the effects of these AI tools is produced on European persons, have to comply with the AI Act. So this is a very important development that has to be taken seriously into account by our institutions that are starting now to discuss the introduction and to evaluate, not only from a scientific point of view, but also from an administrative point of view, the introduction of AI tools. I think that I'm going to stop here in order to leave some proper space to my dear colleague and friend Giuliano Lancioni, that will focus now, I think, on the scientific issues related from a perspective of also of a language teacher and foreign culture teacher of AI tools. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Giorgio, for being with us despite your flu. Thank you for the effort. I don't know if there's some quick question, maybe from the audience. Okay, no? So thank you again, and take a rest. So I will now introduce Professor Lancioni. I would like to invite him. He is here with us, so I would like to invite him to come here. Is full professor of Arabic language and literature in the Department of Foreign Languages, Literature and Cultures at Roma Tre University. He has held academic positions in Arabic language and literature at the Universities of Cagliari and Roma Tre, and was habilitated as full professor in the relevant scientific sectors. His teaching portfolio includes Arabic language, literature, and related courses at undergraduate and doctoral levels. His research spans historical and linguistic studies of Arabic, including dialectology and computational approaches to Arabic text. He has also contributed to international academic activities and collaborations in his field. So I would like to, okay, sorry, so please come here. Sorry, I haven't seen you. I didn't see you, thank you. So you can, is it condiviso dal Teams?
Presente in Teams.
Ok.
Dove la fanno?
Yes.
Ho messo presente.
Per regolarmi come mezz'ora almeno? fosse uno slot, però non so sì, quindi una mezz'ora penso più o meno per andare bene, se no più che altro per vedere. Okay. Okay, thank you. My presentation will be a bit more applicative in fact, but it will be also, in a way, at the boundary of several fields and approaches to the study of languages, to language learning, but also to research on languages. In fact, my experience with BA, MA, and also PhD programs I've been involved in has basically been that the teaching and learning languages at university should have a distinctive feature, the matching learning with research in a way, learning through research. So the difference in learning a language at university should be that your teachers should not only teach you languages, practices, rules, and so on, but also have you understand how the language is analyzed, how the language is viewed in terms of research. And this is the case of this specific experience I'm talking you about, that concerns a relatively esoteric field as Arabic computational lexicography. And most elements I'll be talking about in this talk will be about what Nick defined as good old-fashioned AI. So something that is in many cases natural language processing, in other cases can be considered as a form of deep learning, but usually not with larger models such as LLMs. By the way, LLMs have not been really used in these fields also outside the Arabic, because lexicography, strangely enough, is among the most structured, perhaps, fields in humanities from the beginning, the very beginning. If you think of how Aristotle explains what a definition is something very formal. In fact, it's not something that is involved in a conversation. It's something that tries to be as precise as possible, not always, of course, in a successful way. In fact, there is no vibe lexicography. There is vibe coding with debatable issues, but there is not a way to produce dictionaries through LLMs, and that's significant in my opinion. I'll talk especially about work I've been doing with students, especially both in my courses and also in a workshop I've been organizing in the last few years with students of the last year of the BA program and of our MA program at Roma 3. And that was also involved in the impact project, especially because some of our students were were chosen, and then they went to, especially to Rabat, but also one to Tunis. And so we prepared the last edition of this workshop that I've been organizing for some years now, on how they could go on working on lexicography in these North African countries. And basically why I started working on these issues, because students are, of course, very interested in learning lexicon, especially because lexicon is arguably, at least it is in my opinion, the most complex part of the Arabic language to learn for an average European learner. This is because despite shared opinions, Arabic has in general the reputation of a formidable language to learn, but actually many aspects of learning Arabic, especially the script, for instance, or morphology, are not that hard as they can seem. Learning the script is not hard at all, but also morphology is complex but very regular. Whereas the problem in lexicon is that you have a very few hands in learning words. Arabic has a very purist attitude. So even very common words such as TV, telephone, socialist, communist, politics that tend to be borrowed from classical languages in most European and non-European languages are built according to entirely different lexical items. So I understood that learning the lexicon was very important to students that usually complain that their knowledge of words, phrases in Arabic was not strong enough. So we worked on research in lexicon, even because Arabic has some additional issues, namely that the modern languages has been very not really standardized. Whereas classical Arabic is among perhaps the most standardized classical languages, it's in some cases very hard to say if a manuscript comes from an area or another, or different periods of the Middle Ages or the early modern era, if you don't have some textual hint like the style of calligraphy or some reference, but the language itself is very, very standardized. But the contemporary language is comparably much less standardized because it underwent very different processes of the production of neologisms and so on. And for this reason, even for the political fragmentation of the Arab worlds, there are 23 Arab countries according to to membership in the Arab League. Not all of them are true Arab countries, but in any case, that's that's objectively the official language of the most countries in the world. That determines, of course, variety, especially in the production of new words, but also the fact that there is no governing board across this area. So we worked a lot about that, and also for my main lexicography project that is hopefully about completion, that is the Italian Arabic Dictionary of the Istituto per l'Oriente, which is at least was meant in the mind of the responsible of this institute as the standard dictionary for Arabic, which I hope will be, but I'll have to end it to finish it before. So for all these reasons, we have been working a lot on corpora. And on corpora that, of course, have a number of issues that are, in some cases, the standard issues for corpora, in some other cases, specific issues for Arabic. I'll keep the discussion on a general mood in order not to involve too many aspects about the specificities of Arabic. That's a general flowchart that is ideally involved in a full production of hopefully lexical entries starting from corpora. And these parts can be all, in a way or another, partially or entirely automatized, but this process is, of course, in some cases ongoing, and the results are not always the best ones. But what we see here can be perhaps better dubbed as computer-aided lexicography. So the use of a number of strategies that you can that are listed in the horizontal labels and the horizontal underlined labels, but I'll explain some of them during this presentation, or most of them. And but of course the results are not always yet, at least, what one could hope for. In any case, these steps are necessary for everybody who wants to build actual dictionaries based on corpora. The difference is that many of these steps are usually performed by hand or by not really machine learning processes or artificial intelligence means, while our effort, together with my students, is to go forward to this process, especially to gather as much real information about Arabic lexicography as possible. This is an example. I'll take some sentences for this book, but that I'll use it especially as a like a red line across this explanation. This is just a book about globalization, but I chose it because it's translated in Arabic. As you can see, especially from English and Italian, you can trust me about Arabic, even the title is not, of course, translated literally. That's a problem with titles, and it's a problem in general to provide data sets for learning, for instance, machine translation, because the semantics of titles is complex. And if you include, since the most models of machine translation are based on parallel sentences, if you include title as sentences, it can change or produce easily non-standard translations. Okay, so this is the first step. Basically, at the beginning, we have a number of chapters of the 3 books that we are not able even to match. Of course, a person could match them, and usually this is what you do, but machine matching is much more difficult because usually, in this case, I used an EPUB source for all these books. Authors of EPUBs tend to use always different naming conventions. So what is chapter 1 is not usually called chapter 1, and in different EPUBs it becomes very different. So we start when everything is just a series of chapters or files linked to a language. We have 3 languages in these cases, and a number that is not even identical of chapters, because there are in some cases copyright notes, special introductions for different editions, and so on. The first issue, which is, it could be a reversal of what I just said, namely, we should match chapters, but first we segment texts into sentences because we need that to have a better machine matching of chapters. So we first match segment texts into sentences, which is far from trivial a task. Usually segmenting texts, and after you will see matching them is a very complex task that can easily require some weeks even for a human to do well if you have texts that are not already segmented in the same way, which is usually the case. And in this case, I'm using lately these 2 models, especially the first one. They are produced by the same research group, Segment Any Text, which is very interesting as an approach. Basically, you have an AI model that learns from corpora, and you can also fine-tune then with new texts, where a sentence is more likely to end. So you have a sequence of characters that made up a text, and the model learns, and after generalized according to training, where it's more likely that the text ends, even if there is no punctuation, because it's the case often with texts you find online and so on. And usually this the model gives reasonably good results. This is an example that is taken from their website. Okay. Then this is an example of what we get in the same chapter from Italian, in Italian and in Arabic. One issue is that it's virtually impossible that different languages have the same number of sentences in this segmentation. That never happens if the text is minimally long. So even if it's very short in many cases. So that will be the most difficult task, actually. Now we can match parallel texts, so we go back, by comparing texts according to a variant of BERT that Nick shortly talked about before. That's this LabSE language agnostic BERT sentence embedding is an embedding within the sentence transformers framework that is trained after having learned on a huge quantity of parallel text, how much texts in different languages are semantically similar. And it performs reasonably well on that, especially on languages where there are enough texts to learn. And Okay, this is not very clear, this small picture, but basically it's the picture of the separated, the distinct chapters that were matched together. I'll be a bit quicker now, just to... This is a very interesting part that I'm doing experiment about now or lately. Basically, I'm using the algorithms that were originally devised for signal processing. You have two signals, and you must understand where in the how signals are related. Usually they have a delay, they have noise, and so on. And that works very, very well to match sentences. So you start with two signals that are measured. The two signals are the two texts in translation. And the value you compare is a representation, a semantic representation of the sentences. So you can compute how similar each sentence is to each other sentence. So you produce something like that, but with sentences. And you are able to match texts. Okay. Then you have this part, drop-bet matches. Okay, basically you use a statistic inequality that has been proved scientifically that as the maximum amount of any distribution that can stay below or above a certain number of standard deviations. You can ask me later if you're interested in these specific issues. And using this other model, we pass to matching words and tokens in parallel sentences. And this is the final part, what we are working more now, because it's the most useful to produce semi-automatic dictionary entries. So basically, you first match words, graphic words, or tokens. It depends on the important is the model is the same what you have been taught on, according to their distribution. And after, we use in this case Stanford, sorry for the typo, Stanza, that adopts the universal dependencies annotation convention. We end up with this, basically what we have here. Here we have a parallel text in Italian and Arabic. The texts are analyzed according to the universal dependency standard that is basically a dependency grammar model. So you have each word which the dependency relations with the head or with other dependents, and words in the two languages. The Italian is in sky blue and the Arabic in green, and when you see the red arrows, they are matching according to the other algorithm, Italian and Arabic words. So you have two syntactic structures, where words are matched according to their distribution. And that's the part that brings us to the final point, namely word sense disambiguation. We have on the other hand the possibility to extract all the ways, for instance, in this case, kataba, to write in Arabic, how it is translated in Italian, in which are the contexts. Limiting the context is a very complex issue, because since, for instance, for universal dependencies, there is a single main head in a sentence, and usually it is the verb. If you take all the dependents of a verb, you got the whole sentence. Of course, you have to prune some of the nodes in order to have a more reasonable, more representative context, but it's not easy to do it automatically. And finally, this is an example of a distinct technique that I'm using by exploiting the fact that all BERT-like distributions have slightly different vectors for the same word according to context. In this case, the system automatically distinguished, for instance, in this case, different meanings, but we can call them, to the system, they are clusters. So basically, groups of words that of the same word that in context are closer in their representation. In fact, as you can see, if you mean bank as a side of a river or similar meanings, they are close together, whereas, for instance, the financial meaning is on the other side. On the other hand, some meanings that are usually distinguished in dictionaries are not so distant. For instance, bank as a physical structure, a bank as a financial institution. I got the examples from WordNet, where they are considered to be different meanings, but according to the model, there are only 5 clusters of meaning. Okay, I hope this presentation can give you an idea what we are working about, and maybe that arose some curiosity in the study of Arabic, if not necessarily in Arabic lexicography. Thank you for your attention.
Nice enough language processing lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I know that it's quite late, and I would like to apologize with all the participants for not having the break before, but we promise there's going to be a sort of dinner. Sorry for the virtual participants who will join our toast virtually, but we'll have a welcoming toast. That's actually a dinner after our wonderful guest speaker. That I would like now to, yes, here it is, should be okay now. Let's see. We should have our wonderful Luciano Floridi. Let's see if he's here, okay. And by the way, before Professor Floridi shows up, just to tell you that you may have seen, that you may have noticed that we skipped the talk by Feng-Chung Miao from UNESCO. He apologizes, very sorry, he had some previous commitments and he couldn't join us, but probably we can have his presentation during the week. So, in the meantime, let's wait for Professor Luciano Floridi. Let's make a big round of applause, because we are very, very privileged and honored to have him here. Can you hear me? Can you switch on your webcam and microphone?
I can hear, and my camera is on. I don't know if you can see me and hear me.
Here you are. Yes, now we can see you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so welcome to this winter school. We are honored to have you during our winter school as our special guest. I would like, I guess that, all people here, I guess, know you, but just a few words to introduce Professor Luciano Floridi, who is John K. Castle Professor in the practice of cognitive science and founding director of the Digital Ethics Center at Yale University and professor of sociology of culture and communication at University of Bologna. Is world renowned as one of the most authoritative voices of contemporary philosophy, the founder of the philosophy of information, and one of the major interpreters of the digital revolution. His more than 400 works on the philosophy of information, digital ethics, AI ethics, and philosophy of technology have been translated into many languages. Among various awards and recognitions, in 2022, he was made Knight Grand Cross for his foundational work in philosophy. Since January 2025, he has been president of the Leonardo Foundation ETS. So really a privilege for us to have you here. I can also confirm that apart of being one of the most authoritative voices in philosophy, he's also a wonderful person. We had a wonderful chat preparing this talk, and so thank you so much. I already mentioned at the beginning of our winter school that only semantic capital will save us, so we are looking forward to hearing from you how we can save us thanks to the semantic capital, and so the floor is yours. Thank you so much. I guess you should be able to share your screen. And by the way, while you share your screen, I would like you to meet Nick Saville from ALTE, who's just maybe you can see him. He's just next to me. Yes, he's the president of ALTE. I told you that we co-organized this winter school together, and so at the end of your presentation, we may ask, if you have some time, we may ask you some questions. Is it okay with the sharing of the screen?
We should be okay. There seems to be just a little difficulty, but hopefully it will work out. So let me see if I can. You will have to be patient with us as usual.
By the way, your presentation will be automatically translated by AI in Italian and in French. So participants here will also read your talk in French and in Italian. Okay, the top right,
so
you should see.
I'm afraid that that there are some security elements to be bypassed. So bear with me. Hopefully I will be able to show you this through the usual microphone. But it, at the moment, does not allow me to show you my my presentation.
Okay, I think we are. No, we cannot see you now. Maybe can you? Maybe we can try with some other ways. Maybe you can share by email to me very quickly. Can we try something like that? Or maybe we can do without slides. Or maybe, I mean, you can talk on your slides and then you send your slides and we can share it with the participants because we have a Padlet to share all the materials with the participants. What do you think about that? Maybe, yes, it disconnected. So, yes, this is the magic of AI and the magic of the problems that can occur. Because always the human touch is needed. So, yes, we apologize for this inconvenience. So, I think it disconnected, so maybe it's trying to connect again. Okay, so in the meantime, going to share the screen and see if someone has written something on the Padlet for tomorrow. For tomorrow, showcase. Okay, not yet. So please do. Yes, please share right here. Do you all have the QR code? Okay. Yes, I will share very briefly the QR code again so that you can connect. In the meantime, let's see if Professor Florid is. I see is back again. Okay, this is the QR code once again, if you want to share. Okay. Luciano, are you back? No. maybe disconnected again. Can you? Let's see if he's able to connect again. Okay, could you maybe, we don't see you. So maybe, okay, here it is, but it's now, okay, now should be okay. Okay, can you activate your microphone, your webcam now?
Yes, someone had remotely deactivated my camera and my mic. I don't know why.
Okay, you are here now.
Okay, so I should also be allowed to share the PowerPoint, if possible, because I'm not allowed at the moment.
I don't think so. Let's see. Okay. Try now.
Yes, now I have been allowed. So let's see if I can actually do this.
Should find the arrow, top right.
Any more comment like that, it becomes offensive. And I'm still not allowed to share. I don't know why. Let me try again. Just give me one more. Nope. I'm so sorry. It doesn't look like I'm allowed to share it. I don't know why. It seems to be all fine on my side. I don't see any particular problem on this side of the.
Okay, maybe we can do without, and then you can send the slides, and of course we can share with the participants. I'm so sorry, but now I don't know how to cope with that.
Yeah, and I can keep it short, so I won't make to make up the time between now and the dinner, which I
also because if I may, I of course have been following you all the times, and you had wonderful talk, let's say, without slides as well. So we may turn this into a sort of talk, a sort of interactive, maybe with, with Nick and me, that I'm sure will be effective anyway, because it's your content and your message will be fruitful and inspirational anyway, with no slide as well. So thank you. Luciano, you want to
try.
Start?
Unusually, this will be a talk without PowerPoint, which is a little bit like going into a conference naked. But let's see whether I can make sense of the contents that I wanted to share with you without showing you any particular slide. The talk is divided into very much two parts. There's one idea and two consequences of the idea. The first point that I wanted to stress before chatting about this particular presentation was that I was very pleased and remarkably sort of flattered by this invitation because I do not work in linguistic education. I'm not an expert at all in the topics you covered during this conference. So with some reluctance, I will share some thoughts, knowing that I am approaching the topic from outside as a non-expert who should never, ever, no matter how philosophically minded, teach the cook how to cook. So whatever I'm going to say in the following slides, thank you for the invitation. Please do not take what I'm going to say as anything more than a contribution to the topic of the conference from outside. There is no paternalistic or philosophical arrogance in what I'm going to say, more like a few ideas from someone who has been interested in the topic as a beginner. As I said, one idea and two consequences. The idea is that we could interpret today education as linguistic proficiency. This may sound a little bit strange, and I will spend the rest of the time at my disposal supporting this view. The consequences, if you like the idea of education as linguistic proficiency, are many, but I will stress only two. One, understanding the relationship between education and what I'm going to call semantic capital, and the other one, education and personal identity. So in the next, shall we say, 20 or 30 minutes, we will cover these three topics. Main idea, education as linguistic proficiency, two consequences among many others of education as semantic capital, and education in its relationship with personal identity. Now let's talk about education as linguistic proficiency first. We come from a 4 steps transformation in education generated by some external technology. Of course, the steps are many more. Of course, there are many more influences. The ones I want to stress today with you are print, computer, internet, and AI. I don't have to stress too much these 4 elements. The printing revolution, the arrival of personal computers and mobile phones, etc. So computational abilities in the hands of everybody. Internet, and therefore later on the web, and today AI. So print, computer, internet, AI have transformed how we conceive and deliver forms of education at all levels. Especially today, we're talking about languages. Now, these 4 steps, print, computer, internet, and AI, and I apologize for repeating this, but you can't see anything, so I hope that the words will stay with you, correspond 4 major steps in, shall we say, educational content management. Print corresponds to availability. Great dissemination, never before. Computer corresponds to the ability to process or processability of educational material. Internet, the web, became a matter of accessibility, and today AI is a matter of production. We can produce content. So print, computer, internet, AI correspond to put it simply, availability, processability, accessibility, producibility, to keep it simple, of educational material. That's today's topic, but of course, how we teach and learn languages, and more broadly, how we teach and learn knowledge, widely understood. So the question that we have today, if you think in terms of A for availability, P for processability, A for accessibility, and P for producibility, I use that weird English word to give you the APAP sort of simple synthesis. The question then becomes, what is education after the AP transformations: availability, process, access, production, generated by print, computer, internet, and AI. So that's the question. What education looks like after or post AP. Now, in this context, we know that we have had this very simple and kind of sort of sketch, an outline of a distinction between facts and skills. We've been here so often, and of course, we know that we need both facts and skills in any possible learning context, learning languages as well. Now, the AP sort of transformation, which took centuries, of course, has shifted a little bit the sort of focus from knowledge that, so factual knowledge, to knowledge how, know-how. But in this shift, it has also tend to privilege passive know-how. So the risk that we are running today after the AP transformation is that in the debate between what comes first and what is more important, facts or skills, the shift is towards a bit of know-how, or increasingly how important know-how must be. But of course, we run the risk of falling into the trap of passive know-how. So we have a culture of users and consumers of knowledge at large, languages included, not designers and producers of knowledge. Now, this means that in a world, in an information society, in a digital age where information is the raw material and the finished good of what most jobs are involving, so in a society that is really neo-manufacturing, we don't manufacture many hard goods, we mostly manufacture information one way or another. Consider that just in the United States, more than 90% of the jobs are in areas which have nothing to do with agriculture and heavy industry. So basically, it's all about transformational content. Well, in a context like that, of course, it becomes increasingly important to have a maker's knowledge, the knowledge that enables you to create, design, transform, curate, communicate information. It means that we cannot just be happy with passive knowers. Remember those 4 steps in the AP transformation, shifting from not just facts but also skills, not just know-how, but what kind of know-how. And the know-how cannot be just passive. Now, to illustrate this, the point becomes a matter of understanding, allow me to use a metaphor, knowledge as a game. If you have knowledge as a game, then you have players, observers, and designers. And to have only knowledge of that or know-how of a passive kind clearly is not good enough. So anything that is a fact-based education or a skill-based education, it's limited. We need more. So I'm not saying that is not good enough. I'm saying, how about training players, observers, and designers of the knowledge game? Using this metaphor, imagine you have Alice as your agent. So Alice, the user, has to be able to play the game successfully. It's a knowledge how. She also has to be an expert, so she has to be able to study the knowledge game critically, intelligently, insightfully. And for that, she needs a lot of facts on her side. She needs a lot of knowledge of that. But she also needs the knowledge of the designer, how she can devise the game properly, how she can change it. So she needs to be a user, an expert, and a designer. Now, in order to move away from the knowledge that, knowledge how, and move away from the debate, only facts, only skills, a bit of both. In order to take full advantage of the AP transformation, and so to prepare, shall we say, our students for a digital age, an information society, the suggestion is that we have to get to the bottom of this neo-manufacturing world. What do you need to be a full citizen, a grown-up in our digital society, in our information world? Well, you need the tools that enable you to be that sort of Alice that has all the skills. Now, these tools are languages. I'm not talking only about natural languages, and I'm not talking only about artificial languages. So I'm not talking about just English or just Python, just to take two extremes. I'm talking about all the languages that are spoken by information. Are the languages through which we create, we manipulate, we have access to, we consume, share information of all kinds. So obviously, natural languages. Of course, our own natural language is the main tool through which, the medium through which we can handle information of any kind. And of course, there's English and of course mathematics, but I'm also talking about music, for example. You don't speak, quote unquote, music, a whole world will be close to you. It's the language of architecture. It's the language of cinema. It's the language of statistics. So languages, as we know, come in three different kinds, very generally speaking. You have notational languages. Imagine a book of chess, a chess book. You find plenty of notation there, but they're just symbols to represent particular moves or state of the game. Music is also a notational language. Then you have constitutive noun languages, especially natural languages. These are languages that make you think. They enable you to name things, for example. So they constitute your information in a way that a notational language will never do. And then we have calculative languages, languages that enable you to process information one way or another. Typical is the difference between Roman numbers and Arabic numbers. Roman numbers are notational. It's a little bit like putting signs on the wall. You can count sheep, but not much more. Arabic numbers, because of their positioning, like binary numbers, enable us to compute, to calculate. And that is the whole difference. So notational, chess, music, constitutive, our natural languages, calculative, those are the kinds of languages spoken by information. So education today becomes, forgive me for the rather simple point, reading and writing. Of course, reading and writing today in the 21st century means reading and writing the languages of information, so that we can gain, create, design, understand, use, and communicate what we have around us, what makes our society not the information society. Now, the good news is that languages are stable. If you have any discussion today about any form of education in any context, not just ours today, people will be worried about the outdating of skills, how quickly one form of education becomes obsolete. Now, imagine your education is a linguistic proficiency education. Well, you may know, like in my case, just a few words of French, but they don't get old. You can still order that croissant in Paris if you're lucky. You may have learned, maybe like my wife, a few words of Chinese, and well, that can still be used to greet people and say thank you and goodbye. So our linguistic skills age way more slowly. Of course, I'm in contact with students regularly, and I know that my English might sound a little bit outdated sometimes, that there are new expressions, new ways of speaking, that of course your linguistic ability has to be kept alive. But contrary to my chemistry knowledge, which dates to it's almost a century ago, which of course is completely outdated, or my biology knowledge, which I didn't kept up to date, even my old few words of French are still valuable today. In other words, your proficiency ages way more slowly. If you speak the languages of information, you can be a full citizen in any information society the more languages you speak. And let me stress again, we are in the wrong context, so I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not talking about Spanish, German, and French only. I'm talking about architecture and music, zoology and biology. So the 21st century education, as far as I'm concerned, is linguistic proficiency. Alice, as above, needs to learn to speak the languages of information. So we can think of the point that I'm making as KFL, knowledge as a foreign language. The more languages you speak, the more knowledge and information you can handle. Now, this also is good news for educators. The more we enter into a digital age, the more we will need educators, with a little dash, of languages, language teachers. Your history professor will be a history language professor. Your archaeology expert will be someone who speaks archaeology. Now, in this context, let me add, and we are ending the first point about a single idea. As I told you, education as linguistic proficiency. We have three values, and I call them values, although they are mix between knowledge and ethics, between what we call epistemology and ethics in philosophy. These three values have always been with us, but they are coming to the surface as increasingly important. Because we are educators and we are educated in the languages of information, what does it mean to have a good approach to how, once again, I quote unquote speak the language of, say, physics? Well, I need to be able to design the information that I'm handling, control it, and have responsibility for what I'm putting forward. What are these three words? Design, control, responsibility. Well, because today, of course, we are a little bit obsessed with LLMs and a little bit worried that your average student maybe doesn't have much time, maybe today is not the day, and will submit an essay, will pretend to know the language of, say, American history by submitting a little essay on the American Revolution. Now, did they design the prompts, for example? Can they control what they are handling? Can they actually check? Can they actually say, no, this is wrong, this is a particular hallucination? And there was never any sort of Japanese influence in the American Revolution, no matter what the LLM says. I'm inventing on the spot. And can they take full responsibility for whatever they are submitting? So in a linguistic proficiency world where knowledge is increasingly knowledge of the languages that are spoken by information, having a full mastery of design, control, and responsibility of the content means that we are finally as good as the technology that we have developed. We're not slaves of your average LLM, your average Claude, Gemini, or ChatGPT, but you're actually in the driving seat. You know what you're doing, you know exactly what needs to be there, and you are saving a lot of time by not having to type all those words, but are exactly the words that you want, exactly where they should be, and you take full responsibility. Now, this is idea number one, and it's quite simple. Education as linguistic proficiency. Now, I said two consequences, and we're coming to the end of this chat. Education and semantic capital. Now, the concept of semantic capital is slightly strange. You probably didn't hear about it. It was a label that I invented some time ago because I needed to cover a specific area of our experience. Now, imagine you want to put together all the experiences you ever had since you were a kid until today, all the memories you ever had, all the skills, abilities, languages in our case, you ever master, plus your culture, your habits, the world in which you grew up, the habits and expectations, but also the science you know, your beliefs, your expectations, all that is your semantic capital. So I have in front of me a long definition, which I will read aloud. Forgive me, slowly, hopefully will not be too incomprehensible. So semantic capital is a wealth of intangible products. They include ideas, insights, discoveries, inventions, traditions, cultures, languages, arts, religions, sciences, narratives, poems, customs, your music and songs, and so on, that we produce, refine, improving it. We consume on a daily basis. We transmit to each other and to the next generation, and we have inherited from the past. And it's that richness of human experience, of mental life, that enables you to make sense of yourself and the life you live. No semantic capital, no sense, no meaning, no human experience. So it really defines who we are. My semantic capital will be unique, but also shared to a large extent with other people. For example, insofar as we all speak English. English comes, or Italian in my case, comes with a particular way of organizing, conceptualizing the world. And that particular semantic capital is something that I'm inheriting from the past. Now, education as upbringing, as the development of the individual, not as a matter of acquiring some skills for a job, but in a more German sense of Bildung, it really is a matter of gaining, so you get it, you acquire, curate, create, and then transmit semantic capital. So imagine we organize education as linguistic proficiency, then education as linguistic proficiency becomes how we care linguistically for our semantic capital. This explains why we are so intensely interested in the written world, but also in any other forms of content production and transmission. It shows why every time we are close to a library, we have a sense that there is an overwhelming sense of meaningfulness, that if only we could tap on it, if only we could discover the book, the page, the pamphlet that could enrich our views so intensely. Now, this idea of education as care of semantic capital, and therefore, if you follow the reasoning, education as linguistic proficiency, which is oriented towards the caring of semantic capital, further explains why I'm talking about the linguistic proficiency in question as speaking all languages of information from A to Z. And if you want to have a little test for, say, myself or yourself about how many languages of information you speak, you just have to check Wikipedia. How many pages you can actually read, you can actually correct and understand in full. And in my case, very few. I feel that, and I wish I could be way more proficient in my informational languages to be able to read more about some kinds of sciences, some kind of maths, some kind of art, some kind of natural languages. I am very envious. One of my personally missing points is that I will never be able to read Dostoevsky in Russian. That is the limit of my language, which is leading to the final point that I want to share with you, education and identity. So, step back. I said, no, the APAP kind of transformation. We are the children of that transformation. We live in an information society, in a digital age, where information is the new stuff that we manufacture. So our society is not a non-manufacturing society, it's a neo-manufacturing society in which information is the input and the output. Education becomes increasingly no longer just a matter of facts and or skills, but a matter of abilities, proficiency. Now, proficiency is a mix of the two, bypasses completely the distinction between knowledge that, knowledge how, because of course it's a matter of practice, of living with the languages you can speak. I spoke of informational language, languages spoken by the world of information, so that we are sure that we're not talking just about English, just about Python or some programming languages, but we're talking about the language of, say, art and music, chemistry and biology, history and geography. Now, all those languages, the first consequence of that particular position is that they are there to enable us to take care of our semantic capital even better than we have ever done before. Wonderful. They also enable us to be in control of the most extraordinary invention we have these days, artificial intelligence. If you speak the languages of information, you are the master, and AI in front of you is your servant. If you do not, then you will be subject to it. You will be following AI. You will not be in control, but you will be controlled. And since we are in a context, academic context, I can tell you that as editor of the main journal in philosophy and technology, I see a lot of papers which we reject, desks reject immediately, where the authors are not in control, are being controlled by the AI they use to produce their particular average, not even that bad, content. But you can tell who is running the business, the AI, not the authors. I also said that there is another consequence of the many that we can draw in terms of personal identity. Now, with this summary in the back, just a few minutes and we are closing. Consider a European perspective. Here is the Italian talking, where even Brussels defines as data subjects. We are increasingly seen as individuals in terms of the informational identity we embody. It was not always like that. In the past, say for my grandmother, she was anything but the information attached to her name. She might have been the friend of, or the person who does this and that, the housewife and the mother of, etc. But she would not have identified herself in terms of a list of data points. Now, we do that today, for good or bad. We speak of data patients, data citizens, data workers. Now, in that sense, we are identifying ourselves with our information. Not for today, but you imagine that this leads to a very European, in a good way, in a good sense, approach to privacy as the protection of who I am when it comes to my information. It's not a matter of American property, defense of my right to control the information about myself only, but it's a matter of philosophy of mind and philosophy of identity. Control of information is control of myself. When I say my information, I'm not saying my information in the same sense in which I say my car, but in the sense in which I say my hand, my lungs, my eyes is what makes me who I am. Now, with the impact of linguistic proficiency as a new form of education and taking care of semantic capital, you can see that we are closing the circle here by making this also a matter of personal identity. Now, this is nothing new. I mean, you know this by heart. It's just another way of rephrasing a classic point. I am the languages that I speak. Now, the languages that I can master, I can control, make me who I am. Of course, there are many other things, my experiences and so on, but that is fundamentally the constitutive element of my linguistic proficiency. Now, someone before me said this much better. I'm quoting Wittgenstein from the Tractatus, where he says that the limits of my language, I'm quoting, the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. If you rephrase this, and I'm really concluding now, in terms of what I've said before, then you can just rephrase Wittgenstein in digital terms, in information society terms, and say that the limits of my information languages are the limits of my education and my identity. increasingly I will be the person who can speak those languages. Now, the final two comments, because we're really at the end. I presented one idea, which I hope is at least simple, if not uncontroversial, and two consequences. The idea is that education is linguistic proficiency, and the two consequences are linked to the relationship between education as linguistic proficiency and the taking care of semantic capital, and education as linguistic proficiency and my identity, who I am, who I want to be, who I can be, by enabling myself to speak an increasing number of languages, to be proficient in so many informational languages that are out there. Let me stress once again, just in case, I'm not talking only, also, but not only about natural languages, and I'm not talking only, but also of technical languages, programming included. I'm talking about all languages spoken by all human culture and science and knowledge. Now, this might sound quite new, but if you look carefully, normally there's a Greek philosopher out there who hinted at something not too vaguely. And so I'm going to conclude this by sharing with you two quotations from Plato. One comes from Cratylus, and I'm rewarding it a little bit. But in Cratylus, Plato reminds us of who can be considered someone who knows. And he says, a knower is someone who knows how to ask and answer questions. Imagine how much useful would that be if we can only teach our students, when they use an LLM, that they know or don't know, depending on how good they are in asking questions, because the answers will be provided by the machine. And then in another dialogue, the Euthydemus, the same philosopher, Plato again, reminds us, and again I'm quoting, slightly paraphrasing, because it's a bit longer, what kind of knowledge, therefore, we need? And the answer is, the sort of knowledge we require is that in which there happens to be a union of making and knowing how to use the thing made, which today is information. And essentially, I could have just said this much to conclude in 1 minute by saying Plato was right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm very sorry you couldn't see the slides.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, your talk was as inspirational and wonderful without slides as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So now if you have some more minutes, we would like to,
yes.
First of all, I've got my personal question. That's, well, a couple of questions. One is about the acronym that you launched that resonates with us, with our world, let's say, of language education, so language teaching, learning and assessment, which is knowledge as a foreign language. You launched this acronym, KFL, that I particularly liked. So it resonates with our, acronym. We use L1, L2, and when we second language, foreign language. So when can we say that this knowledge as a foreign language becomes, let's say, L1, becomes our native language? Is that correct if I say that it happens when we are able to design, to control, and to use in a responsible way the knowledge, just according to your paradigms? It's just possibly a provocative question. I don't know, just to check if I understood well, and if this sort of comparison that we can do with our world of language education. That's the focus of our winter school.
Yes, indeed. I think you got the point perfectly well. The very idea is that when I stress those three properties, the designing, as in someone who knows exactly what can be done with what, then control, and then responsibility. Think in terms of when do you become a real architect? Now, it's not when you can just draw a couple of rooms and say, well, but we know what materials enable or constrain you in building, say, a school or a hospital. Now, if anyone has learned a second language, like we have in this context, you know that there is a moment when you no longer translate your original language into the new language. You become the second language, the new language. The world starts being colored in terms of that language. You no longer see a sedia, you see a chair. You no longer speak to X, but you speak. So this moment, this click, this feeling or experience of being within the language, owning the language, being part of that language, that is exactly what happens when people learn, especially at a late age, not when they are too young to realize it, that particular sort of way of speaking. Now, one may have stretched the analogy here and say it is when you think mathematically, you think archaeologically, you think musically, that you are a musician, an archaeologist, a mathematician. If you still have to struggle to transport your understanding into biological terms or into philosophical terms or into, say, French literature critique terms, you're not there yet. You still, pass me the word, a foreigner, someone who speaks a few words, manages to be understood, but would rather talk in their own mother tongue. It is only when the new language becomes much easier to use in order to talk about that topic that you know you made the move. So imagine if you are a musician, you would rather talk musically about that particular opera than in Italian and English, because that is the best language to talk about it. And if you find that something that you struggle with, you're still sort of not at that level that you mentioned, where you would rather talk, rather use their language than not. Now, this is all very qualitative and a little bit experiential. I'm afraid I don't think we have many particular sort of hardcore quantitative threshold, but as we also know in terms of linguistic experience, and I close here, and examining someone, well, you just have to talk to them to know whether they speak or not the language and can, for example, crack a joke in that language. Do they really understand what it means? No, the double meaning was there any subtlety in what they were conveying in that language? Well, if they can do that, then the proficiency is definitely there. And I, for example, well, let me give you a personal example. So for a long time, I was a mathematical logician. So I find it easier often to think in terms of mathematical or logical mathematical terms about philosophical problems than in other languages. But I'm not a category theory person, which is a special branch of mathematics. And I know that whenever someone explains that to me, I have to go back to set theory and first order logic in order to get any understanding. I can speak that language, but it's not really my language, and I'm total foreigner in that land. So my level is the croissant in Paris kind of understanding. But I think that the more we push in that direction, the better.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I've got, if I may, just one last, then I'll leave the floor to the participants. I'm in love with the concept that you designed of distant writing. Yeah, I think that this distant writing may be the key to attract our students, find new ways to trigger our students' enthusiasm and passion towards writing. For example, discover discover the passion for writing and reading, maybe. So if you could just say a few words about this distant writing, which I think can really be revolutionary in the field of language education. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That is very kind of you. So, in literature studies, there is a concept which is well known called distant reading. Probably everybody knows, but just in case, it means approaching, say, a whole corpus, say the whole Shakespeare corpus, from a database perspective, say using algorithms, search, digital tools of all kinds, digital text, in order, say, to understand how Shakespeare uses adverbs across the whole corpus. You couldn't do that by close reading, so basically analyzing Hamlet and so on, but you can do this with a bit of the distance provided by the tools, etc. Now, why this is as an introduction? Because I was looking for the counterpart of not reading at a distance, but writing at a distance. And writing at a distance is essentially using an LLM to produce the text. It means that you have the script, sometimes a very detailed script. I can give you an example, which sometimes is longer than the text actually produced. You know exactly how to structure that text. You want to have the introduction and the conclusion. You know the section and the subsections. You know the topic. You have the references. But then you send this to an LLM and ask the LLM to fill the gaps, produce the actual wording. It's very much what an architect would do or a music writer would do. It will not perform the music. It will not build the hospital. But they will provide the blueprint, the scripts, the music that needs to be executed. Now, I look a lot at our interactions with these machines from the architectural design, distant writing perspective. Now, this is all good and fine. There's an essay online if anyone wants to look for it. If you type distant writing, that's what pops up because I coined the expression. But maybe I can add something that has not been made public yet, so why not? Which is I wanted to prove that this is doable. And it's doable in a way that is not just doing the same through a machine, but it's doing something that could not be done otherwise. So along in the 90s, it's a long story that you will find in the book. I'll tell you more in a moment. There was I had this fantasy of writing a little story about small characters in classic literature meeting each other, from Jane Austen all the way to Virginia Woolf. Pick up one classic book, identify by name and surname a minor small character we know nothing about, and make that small character meet another character and then another character and have a whole chain. I tried to do that by hand just to see whether it was possible. The number of variables explodes very quickly. You need to know exactly all the context. You need to make sure that the meeting is historically plausible, geographically plausible, socially plausible, etc. And you had to do that for a whole chain. Super difficult. Once the LLM became available, well, it became a matter of hard work, but it became possible. And so there's now a book coming out from Columbia University Press, published by Columbia University, with these stories. And I can give you one, just to give you a sense of what happens. There's one of the stories where the butler of Dr. Jekyll, we know very little about him, meets the lady who lent the flat to Sherlock Holmes. Now, of course, the time is right, the age has to be adapted, the context has to be fine. I mean, the meeting, we're talking at a time where people just don't simply knock the door and say hi. So it's a special context, but that's the kind of distant writing that I'm talking about. It's not just, of course, there's a lot of things that we do faster, better, more efficiently anyway, but we could have done differently by hand. There are the things that will become impossible unless you have AI to support you. So I see a lot of distant writing coming up in the future, and with a bit of a joke, I think people will look back in the future at our generation and generation before us and wonder how we could possibly produce all their content by hand, typing or writing on a piece of paper. They will look at us and ask, look, did you also make your own clothes? Did you produce all the food you were actually eating? Did you actually write all those emails? It will be not something that we cannot do, but that we will stop doing. In the same way as I still make some bread every now and then, and I like to make my own pizza. I mean, after all, I am in the United States, so I need to survive. But I don't make my own clothes. I buy them, and I will ask an AI to write most of the reports, most of the emails, most of the content that we have today. So distance writing is going to happen. That's my impression.
Thank you very much. Maybe some more questions, if you have a couple of more minutes.
A lot of food for thought.
Yes, a lot of food for thought. You want to make some comments, Nick?
Luciano, this is Nick here. I just wanted to say thank you very much for your talk and for your fluency and clarity in explaining right from the beginning your proposition and making it clear to us who I think were quite challenged by it. I have to say I was quite challenged by it. But I did understand a little bit how you were trying to make the case, at least. So I probably need to go away and think a little bit more about the implications of that. What I was really interested in myself is this question of control or be controlled. So if you speak the language of a domain or content area, you're mastering it, I suppose, if you would say in terms of languages. Once you master it, you take control. But if you don't, then you can be controlled by others who speak from the same domain. But I'm wondering if there's any domain where we're not likely to master it well enough and end up being controlled from that worldview. Could that be the world of frontier AI?
That's a wonderful point. And I'm afraid that is exactly what we need to guard against. Increasingly, the more languages are out there and the more some of the languages become impactful on our lives, the more likely it is that the risk you are outlining becomes concrete and dangerous. Not that I want to sort of extend this too far into politics, but I've seen what happens when people do not control the language that they receive, but they are controlled by the language. And it's been with us since rhetoric and ancient Greece, but today is massively present in our lives. Just the language of, for example, which economic language or the language of history. Brexit was presented in the UK. People were not controlling their language, were controlled by their language, and today, of course, the majority of people regret their choice. But it is a regret that comes from someone who was taken for a ride by other people who actually did have the control of what was going to be said and how. Now, I think that the languages, for example, of economics or statistics, how many times we've seen people, quote unquote, lying with statistics, hiding facts or presenting them in a particular way, when in fact you know that reality is much more complex. They control the language, and that language controls those who don't speak it. I'm afraid that part of the education, there are many consequences here, but one of the things that you may find in the paper is that it is a matter of, when I said Bildung, of the citizenship, essential. Now, one of the things that we, for example, need to resist is the misuse of those languages to mislead people into thinking what is not the case. Now, imagine the language of medicine and how it was used during COVID. sometimes very effectively to mislead people into believing that vaccination was too dangerous or was manipulative or etc. So I take your point, and I think if there had been more time, I should have made a bigger issue of it in my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can say goodbye. Thank you again for being with us.
Have a good dinner.
Enjoy
the dinner. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about the glitch. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ciao. Bye-bye. Thank you again. Bye-bye. So just in time, we can invite you to join us in -2 al -2, al piano -2, per questo welcoming toast che, come vi dicevo, è anche una sorta di apericena, something like that. So for the virtual participants, a virtual welcoming toast, and we'll see you again with the registered participants tomorrow at 9. Thank you again, and bye-bye.
Thank you everybody. Thank you everybody online. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
That's what it's like listening to philosophers speak rather than